The films of Woody Allen, Sam B. Girgus. The films of Woody Allen, second edition. The films of Woody Allen is the first full-length work to examine the director as a serious filmmaker and artist. Sam Girgus argues that Allen has consistently been on the cutting edge of contemporary critical and cultural consciousness, challenging our notion of authorship, narrative, perspective, character, theme, ideology, gender, and sexuality. This revised and updated edition includes two new chapters that examine Allen's work since 1992. Girgus argues that the scandal surrounding Allen's personal life in the early 1990s has altered his image in ways that reposition moral consciousness in his work. The union between Allen's public and private selves that created a special aura about him remains intact despite the director's concerted effort to separate his private life from his screen image. Allen now assumes a postmodern moral relativism and sensual realism that differ profoundly from the moral sensibility of his earlier work. Sam B. Girgus is professor of English at Vanderbilt University, a recipient of Rockefeller Fellowship and other scholarly teaching awards. He is the author of Hollywood Renaissance, the cinema of democracy in the era of Ford, Capra, and Kazan, Desire and the Political Unconscious, The New Covenant, Jewish Writers, and the American Idea, and most recently, America on Film, Modernism, Documentary, and A Changing America. General Editor, Ray Carney, Boston University. The Cambridge Film Classics series provides a forum for revisionist studies of the classic works of the cinematic canon from the perspective of the new authorism, which recognizes that films emerge from a complex interaction of bureaucratic, technological, intellectual, cultural, and personal forces. The series consists of concise, cutting-edge reassessments of the canonical works of film study, written by innovative scholars and critics. Each volume provides a general introduction to the life and work of a particular director, followed by critical essays of several of the director's most important films. The films of Woody Allen, second edition. Sam B. Girgus, Vanderbilt University. Cambridge University Press. Cambridge University Press has no responsibility for the persistence or accuracy of oral for external or third-party internet websites referred to in this book, and does not guarantee that any content on such website is or will remain accurate or appropriate. To Scotty. Acknowledgements. In the original edition of this book, and in two subsequent books, I attempted to name each of the dozens of students, colleagues, and friends who helped and influenced me in so many ways as I worked to develop my teaching and writing about films and film and culture studies. For this new edition, I would like to thank those most directly involved in assisting me with this particular project. Gail Rogers, Tommy Anderson, and Jerome Christensen read the new chapters and offered important suggestions and ideas that helped me considerably. Chad Gervich, a former student who is now a successful producer and writer, shared his ideas with me about film comedy and also provided me with material concerning about Woody Allen that has been included in this edition. Mark Popkin and Ashley Hedgecock also had helped by editing and organizing film material related to this project. Kathy Scrogin provided editorial assistance for this edition. As some I consider to be a truly unique and original scholar and thinker, Robert Mack's interest in the subject of this book, as well as the field of film, was a special source of encouragement to me. The depth of his scholarship, the brilliance of his wit, and the sensibility of his critical intelligence made his help and friendship invaluable. Also, this new edition will not exist if Beatrice Rell of Cambridge University Press had not suggested it to me. Her continued encouragement and support are amazing gifts. With words that are truly inadequate for the appreciation I feel, I can only thank her once again for everything. I also thank Ray Carney again for enabling me to write on Woody Allen for his film series, thereby influencing me more than he ever realized to change the focus of my teaching and writing. At Vanderbilt, Jerome Christensen, Dean Richard McCarthy, and Chancellor Gordon Gee continued to make the development of film and culture studies an important part of their program of institutional change. Among all the students for whom they work, there are many in my own classes who continue to repeat the experience of my first semester at Vanderbilt by being the best and most inspiring people I have ever thought. Also, it is a special pleasure to repeat the dedication of this book to Scotty. In retrospect, after rereading the original text with an eye toward the new edition, I can see how right she was 10 years ago about what had been the first chapter. The rest of what she has been right about will take another book. Of primary significance on such a list, I would like to acknowledge again our children and grandchildren. Since the first edition, to our three daughters, Katia, Megan, and Jennifer, we now include Jeff, Ali, and Eric, and of course, Ariel Gianni, Sashari, Isaac, Siggy, and Mia Victoria. Individually and collectively, these grandchildren are a fascinating and funny group. It is interesting to me to consider that as they grow up, they never will know about Woody Allen and his work without also being aware of and connecting him to the controversy and family scandal that erupted around him in the early 1990s. The two new chapters in this edition are partially about that situation. Introduction to the second edition, The Prisoner of Aura, The Lost World of Woody Allen. For years, Woody Allen, the eccentric and nervous, obsessive and compulsive Jewish New Yorker, was also the man who seemed to have it all together. Life, art, work, love. This appeared to be especially true during his 11 to 12 years relationship with Mia Farrow. By most accounts, the success of his unusual domestic arrangement with Mia Farrow and their broad matched the success of his life and work in film. And in film, Allen's brilliance as director, writer, and star with final authority over production made him a historic figure of accomplishment, a judgment about his overall work that still holds true today. By the time of his relationship with Farrow, Allen had triumphed not only in film but in many books, articles, and performances as well. At that point in his life, Allen's record of achievement signified a degree of international success and recognition that made his career in comedy and film comparable even with Charlie Chaplin's. However, in contrast to Chaplin, who usually performed as the tramp, Allen invariably plays himself, thinly disguising himself as various film characters who are themselves fictionalized versions of Allen's own manufactured identity as Woody Allen. In the case of Chaplin, the mask of the tramp established some protection for his career in the midst of scandals involving young women. For Allen, no such cover exists. In Allen's case, the fusion of the public and private selves helped him achieve success. But as it turned out, the same marriage of the public and private in life and work increased his vulnerability to pain exposure concerning his private life. He has not been able to inoculate his public image against an association with his private behavior. About 10 years after the public first learned about Allen's sexual relationship with Sonji Previn, the adopted daughter of Mia Farrow, repercussions remain for his reputation and career. The relationship between Allen and So-Yi became widely known in August of 1992. At the time, he was 56 years old and she was 21. The publicity over the scandal seemed exceptional but steadily worsened as the situation worsened. Farrow, 47, and Allen battled bitterly and publicly over the custody of their 3 children. Most shockingly, Allen was accused of molesting his adopted 7-year-old daughter, Dylan O'Sullivan Farrow. Eventually, Allen lost the custody fight. The Connecticut State's attorney dropped charges of sexual abuse to spare the child the trauma of court appearance, and Allen married So-Yi. Among the general public and critics, many joined Mia Farrow and her famous mother, Maureen O'Sullivan, the film star of an earlier Hollywood era, in professing to be shocked. The headline for an article by Karen James, a film critic for the New York Times, summarized a new skepticism toward Allen expressed by many of his fans. It proclaimed, and here we thought we knew him. For James and others, this scandal made Allen look like the very thing his image consistently contradicted. He suddenly seemed to be better than the Hollywood he often still ridicules. Yet, his unprecedented surprise appearance in a New York tribute at the 2002 Academy Awards ceremony suggests a new appeasement of Hollywood, perhaps to help revivify his ongoing strategy to recuperate his public image. As James notes, though he denies this, people always confuse my movies and my life, is one of his disingenuous recent comments. The surprising, the surprising truth is that the urban intellectual Woody Allen has turned out to be an old-fashioned movie star after all. The economic impact of the scandal upon Allen's filmmaking at time also has been considered serious. The New York Times reported Mr. Allen's publicized court battle with Mia Farrow over custody of their children left the filmmaker vulnerable at the box office, many studio executives say. Although the article also noted that reports of Woody Allen's professional demise have proven to be exaggerated. Other events suggest the worsening of economic difficulties for Allen. Bernard Wayne Robb in 1998 described the organizational and financial problems for Allen. He writes, quietly, within the atmosphere of secrecy and control that marks Mr. Allen's creative decision-making, the team that helped fashion movies like Annie Hall Manhattan and Anna and Her Sisters has largely broken up amid an intense effort to cut costs and overhaul the management of his operation. Mr. Allen said the changes were entirely the result of cost-cutting measures taken because his highly praised films have not earned money in the United States. A lawsuit initiated by Allen and his disputes with people who once were his most intimate associates demonstrated new economic and professional difficulties for him. Again, Wayne Robb reports recent problems and setbacks for Allen. Jen Doumanian, who was Woody Allen's closest friends for 30 years and who produced some of his films, responded today to a lawsuit that he filed against her, denying the allegations and accusing Mr. Allen of being self-indulgent and fiscally responsible in his filmmaking. Mr. Doumanian also said that she and her companion Jackie Safra and their privately held production company took significant financial risks on Mr. Allen's behalf. She said they had supported him at the time when Allen stood accused of betraying others who trusted him. An apparent reference to Mr. Allen's bitter custody battle in the early 1990s with his former companion Mia Farrow. While the Woody Mia Sun Lee imbroglio became a classic public relation nightmare, the subsequent crisis of Allen's public image also provides insights into the nature, structure, and operations of the cinematic image. As in the case of other stars, Allen's image achieved a special form of aura unique to the structure and nature of film. This aura emanates from the complex interactions between documentary image and fiction in film performance. Aura, in this context, relates directly to the qualities that distinguish film from other art forms. For Allen, the linkage of public and private selves helped establish his unique aura. Allen's systematic cultivation of this unity of his personal and public identities now compounds the crisis of his public image. The foundation of aura in the very documentary nature of the cinematic image exacerbates his difficulties in altering his own film image and identity to suit new circumstances. The character of aura as a product of documentary image and fiction suggests that Allen's dilemma with the public involves more than simply recouraging of changing the window dressing of his public image. The reliance of Allen's particular aura upon the fusion of his public and private identities clearly contravenes any public relations efforts since the scandal to sever or moderate that connection. In a sense, Allen has become a prisoner of his own image and public relations genius. The narcissistic marriage of public and private selves that served him so well now encircles him. Until the scandal images of Allen the man, the star, and the screen character maintained a remarkable consistency. In film after film, this distraught, self-absorbed, anxious, skinny man charms us with jokes about the depression and insecurity that form much of his identity. He appears on romanticized New York City streets that make the city an imaginary projection of a urban oasis imbued with enough stimulation to be exciting, but never with so much as to become frightening. Interior spaces, whether in apartments or public areas, exude charms, taste, sophistication. The poor, the homeless, the insane and criminal, the deformed and disabled tend to live on other streets and occupy other spaces of New York. Similarly, at least until recently, black, Hispanics, and Asian usually remain off camera, thereby preventing the potential intrusion of dissonant social and political issues into Allen's narrative, trust, and mental peregrinations. Dialogue as well as interior and spoken monologues articulate Allen's woes, worries, and wants. The soundtrack invariably establishes a distinctive Allen ambience that suggests a love for classical music, jazz, and traditional popular music to match his sensitivity to art, ideas, and people. We have seen Allen this way in films ranging from Played Again, Sam, 1972, to Annie Hall, 1977, Manhattan, 1979, Anna and Her Sisters, 1986, Crime and Misdemeanors, 1989, and Husbands and Wives, 1992. No matter the name, the main character in these films generally embodies a variation of the Allen persona and figure. Allen, of course, makes other kinds of movies that sometimes are of a darker existential and experimental nature. These films present a somewhat different image of Allen as both director and actor. Interiors, 1978. Stardust Memories, 1980. Zelig, 1983. The Purple Rose of Cairo, 1985. September, 1987. Another Woman, 1988. And Shadows and Fogs, 1992, represent these aspects of his overall work. Some of his movies, such as Midsummer Night Sex Comedy, 1982, Broadway Danny Rose, 1984, Manhattan Murder Mystery, 1993, Bullets Over Broadway, 1994, and The Curse of the J Scorpion, 2001, seem designed primarily as comic entertainment to attract wider audiences. Even over this range of characters and films, Allen and his screen character generally cohere. As a recent example, a reviewer of J Scorpion could not resist teasing about the apparent connection between Allen and the screen character, a gumshoe named Briggs. The review, A.O. Scott, keeps that actresses in the film seem to be seem to be on hand to pay tribute to Mr. Allen's, Briggs' sexual potency. Accordingly, over the years, the invented identity of Woody Allen, author, and urban neurotic worker, as a fulfilling system to help make Allen successful. The name and picture of Allen conjured up images and ideas, notion and values that provided a basis for developing his fictional screen characters. The composite Allen public image functioned as a ghostly alter ego to identify and situate the fictional Allen character portrayed in the film's story. For Woody Allen, the actor, director, and writer, the identification with his fictional characters on the screen was money in the bank, not only an artistic and creative resource, but also a reservoir of collateral in the form of proven popularity with movie audiences that could secure investment in him for film projects. Moreover, the process of educating movie audiences into identifying Woody Allen so thoroughly with his fictional film characters involves more than the repetition of external, physical, and dramatic representations of these characters. In these films, the steady unrevealing of the screen of man's inner beings verifies the external representation and dynamic. The humor of self-deprecation, the confessional mode of discourse, the revelation of emotional and psychological weakness and impotence, the jokes about masturbation, and the expression of personal venality and misdeeds all insinuate an intensity of authenticity and sincerity that create a veneer of impregnable credibility about his character. The deeper we get into him, the more we believe him. Personal imperfection makes him more human and real. In classic Allen films, his weaknesses become familiar and admirable traits that constitute his unique individuality and genius. Allen's success is gaining favorable treatment from the press, achieved something approximating ultimate fulfillment in early 1991 in a piece in the New York Times Magazine by Eric Lacks, who had written before about Allen for the Times. The articles focus on Woody Allen and Mia, and their unusual domestic and work situation include all the children involved in the relationship. It appeared about a year before the scandal, presented as a genuine magazine journalism about a famous couple whose special combination of authenticity and sophistication made conforming to conventional Hollywood hype unthinkable. The article, in retrospect, resembles classic publicity writing. It portrays Woody and Mia as having the best of all worlds, a bohemian and creative lifestyle with security and love of marriage. It describes them as pursuing a compassionate relationship of devotion and loyalty without the usual hang-ups and restrictions of conventional marriage. It makes them eccentric and ordinary at the same time. It also includes photos of Mia, Allen, and the children that suggest the pleasures of genuine family love and devotion. Consistent with such articles about stars, this piece parallels stories and photos about their personal lives with details about the progress of their careers in films. After comparing Woody and Mia to a number of on and off the screen legendary couples, such as Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, Paul Newman, and Joan Woodward. Lax emphasizes how Alien and Mia are similar but different because, as younger counterparts of these famous twosomes, they seem intent on being untheatrical in their disregard for fashionable attire, in their unusual living arrangements, in their combining busy films careers with a large family. Firming up his portrait of a thoroughly happy partnership, Lax assumes the reader. Despite the vast differences in background and upbringing, each likes the family of the other. Her mother and sister appear in his films. Lax, who has written a biography of Allen, confirms the intimate aspects of the domestic life of this unusual family that had become part of the Woody Mia legend. He lists all of the children, naming one Korean in parentheses. He says, "For the first few years after their friendly dates turned into serious ones, Allen whole Allen would get up in the morning, give Pharaoh a call, and then work while she attended to the children, of whom there are now 9. Lax goes on to write on the paragraphs that still must keep him awake at night. Few married couples seem more married. They are constantly in touch with each other, and not many fathers spend as much time with their children as Allen does. He is there before they wake up in the morning. He sees them during the day, and he helps put them to bed at night. As each has been married and divorced twice, experience had taught them that legalizing a relationship doesn't necessarily make it last. And Mia Farrow is fond of quoting a joke about the much married Alan J. Leonard. Marriage is Alan's way of saying goodbye. Lax summarized their harmonious life together this way. They both also seem to have what they want. Farrow is a full-time mother and has a satisfying career. Allen, who, according to friends, spent considerable energy in his earlier marriages and relationships educating his partner and being needful of her attention, has, in Mia Farrow, found a balance with a wholly contained woman. Obviously, such a favorable portrait of Allen and his relationship with Mia Farrow constitutes an endorsement of Allen and his lifestyle, one that provides added justification for the faith many fans and critics at the time placed in the connection between the real Allen and his on-screen characters. Through the benefit of hindsight today, only the images of Woody and Mia on the cover of the magazine hint and hidden distress as they both vacantly stare up into the camera with looks that intimate the slightest possibility of being masks that dissimulate deeper anxieties, doubts, and fears. In contrast to such images, the magazine article itself provides assurance that the brilliance, personality, and behavior of the real Woody Allen attain fictional expression in the humor and eccentricity of classical on-screen Allen's characters. All that changed, of course, a year later when Sun Farrow Previn, the girl mentioned parenthetically in Lax's article, gained extraordinary notoriety as Allen's secret love. As discussed earlier, the public scandal changed forever the popular image of Allen and seems to have transformed how movie audiences understand the connection between the public and private Woody Allen. As also noted earlier in the article by critic Karen James of the New York Times, Allen's effort at the time of the scandal to dissociate his private life from his character on the screen seemed hollow and what he termed disingenuous. In fact, James and others emphasized how closely the tales of Allen's and Farrow's problems matched events in Husbands and Wives, the film Allen released, and that at that very time, James writes, Woody and Mia look horned and beleaguered in Husbands and Wives, and now that we know what was going on behind the scenes when the film was being shot last winter, no wonder. Woody Allen and Mia Farrow showed up on the set to play a couple whose 10 years marriage is falling apart while he becomes infatuated with a 20 years old student. At the same time, their 12 years off screen, Lillian's son was falling apart while he was becoming involved with her 21 years old adopted daughter, Sun Yi Farrow Previn. A story in the paper a few days earlier soldered Allen and the film character firmly together by documenting how closely the shooting schedule of the film compared with events in his personal life. William Grimes writes, Woody Allen has often said that his work in his life, Husbands and Wives, his new film, gives new meaning to the sentiment. The film deals with problems of fidelity, the psychological pressures of aging, and the eternal war between the heart and the intellect. The film can be read as a script for Mr. Allen's own life, with parallels that range from intriguing to uncanny. Of particular interest in the shooting schedule for the film on file at the New York City Mayor's Office for Film, Theater, and Broadcasting, which includes a scene-by-scene breakdown of Husbands and Wives, scheduled to be released in mid-September. Similarly, Terence Rafferty in the New Yorker describes Woody Allen's uncomfortability personal new movie, Husbands and Wives, as a kind of confessional piece. He knows that Allen couldn't have foreseen that the timing of the film's release will cause the audience to scan it for insight up about the messy breakup of his relationship with Mia Farrow. Rafferty concludes, it's sad to have to say this, but Woody Allen's take on life and love has become unbearably familiar. This commentary and documentation about Husbands and Wives confirm the history of Allen's close association of his personal life with the screen life, but with the crucial difference that in this case the fusing of the private and the public created a negative image for Allen. Such articles and reviews anticipated the difficulties Allen would face in trying to deal with the problematic relationship between his public and private image. Spin could not make his personal story palatable or even morally comprehensible to many of his fans, nor could Spin separate that had been so carefully linked the common identification of the private Allen with the public figure on the screen. The war of mutual annihilation in the press and media between the connecting sides in the Allen-Farron-Previn affair provides a case study of the connection between public relations and the making of celebrity and stardom. The public relations contests in this case includes Farrow's memoir of her life, marriages, and career. What Falls Away, a memoir which covers the Allen years in detail, a lengthy Vanity Fair article favoring Mia, and a documentary about Allen by acclaimed documentary filmmaker Barbara Kopel, Wildman Blues, 1998, a film finally more notable for projecting a positive image of Allen's relationship with Song-ji than for its pronounced original purpose of documenting his love of jazz by filming his world tour with his jazz band. Allen granted couple remarkable access and cooperation for the project. Not surprisingly, a self-serving pseudo-documentary that barely disguises its failed attempt at image reconstruction only aggravates Allen's isolation. However, the use of the documentary form to strengthen Allen's image at this point in Allen's life occurs with some irony. For the beginning of his career to his most recent films, Allen has evinced a fascination with the documentary form. Allen has used documentary style, documentary technique, and the mock documentary form in films from Take the Money and Run, 1969, to Zelig, 1983, Husband and Wives, 1992, and Sweet and Loud Down, and Sweet and Loud Down, 1999. In Crimes and Misdemeanors, 1989, Allen even seems to play himself yet again as an unhappy intellectual, idealistic, flawed, and unsuccessful documentary filmmaker. One of his most interesting efforts with the mock documentary reappeared in 1997 after it had been neglected and forgotten since it was made in 1971 at WNET, the public television station in New York. The film Men of Crisis, the Harvey Wallinger story, sustained a mock form of a documentary throughout its 25-minute portrayal of a fictitious aide to President Richard M. Nixon, Harvey Wallinger, who clearly resembles Henry Kissinger. Allen's development of the documentary style over so many years in such a variety of forms to dramatize a variety of stories, subjects, characters, and themes indicates not only a natural proclivity toward this form in his work, but also an instinctive appreciation for the centrality of documentary to film in general. His repeated use of the documentary form to structure works of fiction suggests his interest in the documentary nature of all films, as well as his insight into the intrinsic relationship in film between documentary and fiction. What remains less clear concerns Allen's awareness of documentary as a kind of Frankenstein for him. His own insight into documentary as a foundation of film probably prepared him for being caught in a double bind. As described earlier, much of his career involves playing himself. Film by its nature involves documenting the construction of that career. Trying to change his characterization and portrayals on the one hand of changing the nature of his filming and documentation on the other have proven difficult to achieve. The documentary nature of films as a crucial element of aura partly accounts for that difficulty. Therefore, understanding the structural elements that constitute the documentary image of film performance an aura should help explain Allen's dilemma of documenting his inability to escape or change himself in film. In his seminal work, Acting in the Cinema, James Naremore helped initiate a fresh interest in film studies in relating films, especially film performance, to documentary. Early in his study of the rhetoric and semiotics of film performance, Naremore emphasized how the documentary record of performance entails one of the three ways of analyzing actors in films. The other involves considering actors as theatrical figures in dramatic performance and also as public figures. More recently, Gilberto Perez, in The Material Ghost, Films and Their Medium, articulates a theory about the nature and structure of film that suggests that the relationship between documentary and fiction in film provides a fundamental way of understanding how film works. Perez's theory proposed key terms, elements, and relationships that help to explain the situation of Woody Allen as actor, author, and public figure. On the basis of his own film and work, Allen certainly should appreciate Perez's claim that fiction films and documentary films exist on what uncertain frontier where documentary and fiction meet. Allen has been there repeatedly for his time and generation of filmmakers. He was a pioneer on that frontier. For Perez, the dependence of fiction in film upon documentary images helps define film as an art form, working in tension with each other, but dependent upon each other. Documentary and fiction remain inseparable. Perez writes, every film is in some way poised between the documentary and the fictional aspects of its medium, between the documentary image and that the camera captures and the fiction projected on the screen. The importance of the photographic image to film goes to the heart of film's connections to documentary. For Perez, documentary means not just factual content, the actual existence of the things represented, but also the form of the photographic image. Using classical semiological terms, he says the elements of the photographic form involve an icon because it gives an image, a likeness of the subject it represents, and an index because it has a direct connection with the subject, as a footprint has with a foot or seismograph with movements of the ground. Icon and index work together to explain how the photographic image operates and communicates. Icon and index exchange credibility and possibility. A photograph must look real, like a living part of the material reality photographed, but such reality in a photograph also requires indexical associations that make the icon credible. As Perez says, it is not the index rather than the icon, the imprint rather than the image, but the marriage of index and icon, imprint and image that makes the photograph distinctively what it is. This marriage of icon and index enables the photographic image to achieve an aura that departs from the conventional understanding of aura. The idea of aura originates, of course, in Walter Benjamin's argument for aura as an emanating from the thoroughly unique object, in contrast to works that machines reproduce, including photographic images. However, Perez suggests a notion of aura in photography. Perez asserts, In photography, there is no original image, only copies, and thus, according to Benjamin, no aura. Yet, a photographic image has its own kind of aura, the aura of a remnant, of of a relic, stemming from the uniqueness, the original particularity, not of the picture but the referent whose emanation it captures. Thus, it can be argued a photographic image achieves a form of aura by capturing the emanation of a remnant and structuring it through a unique synthesis of icon and index. The relationship of icon, index, and symbol to the photographic and documentary image indicates how the creation and revision of aura for a figure such Allen involves more than image building or publicity, secured on what Slavoj Zizek terms a semiotic triad of indexical, iconic, and symbolic signs. Perez' theory describes the play of structural elements that creates an aura in film for a performer such as Allen. Allen's aura grows out of the partnership of icon and index in the photographic and documentary image. The union of icon and index in the photographic image authenticates the dynamic between fiction and documentary in films. The fusion of icon and index becomes the agent and basis for the relationship between documentary and fiction in films. In film, the interaction of all these elements especially enters into the representation of film performance by documentary. For Perez, a statement by Jean-Luc Godard, the French director and leader of the New Wave movement in French film of the 1950s and 1970s, summarizes the argument about documentary and film performance. Perez quotes Godard, the director of Breathless, 1959. Every film, Godard has said, is a documentary of its actors. Perez continues, a fiction movie constructs the fiction of characters from the documentary of actors. It is the documentary of a fiction enacted before the camera, and it is the fiction of a documentary of characters merged in our minds with their incarnation in the actors. It will seem then, according to this theory of documentary fiction and field performance, that icon and index commingle in cinematic representations of Allen to engender his aura. At the same time, the dependence of Allen's aura on the fusion of his public and private selves now complicates his work and career. Like other great directors, Allen has defied convention and tradition in his films by foregrounding the system of filmmaking itself. For example, in Annie Hall, Allen's use a narrative voice, split screens, subtitles, startling visualizations, narrative breaks and discontinuities, and complex character constructions all make his film consistent with the contemporary interest in self-reflexivity, focusing on the means, method, and signifiers of cinematic representation. This emphasis on the processes of representation promotes aesthetic distance and critical interaction with the film as opposed to merely stimulating consumption and providing entertainment. In contrast to such an innovation, moreover, however, it seems that Allen remains rather conventional in retaining the coherence that is discussed throughout this essay between himself as actor and the Allen character portrayed in his films. Allen's divided and fragmented screen characters seem quite consistent with his own public personality. This impulse toward coherence between Allen himself and his screen characters distinguished Allen from other innovative directors. Thus, Peres notes how Godard sets up a marked separation between the actor and character, especially in the classic Breathless. For Perez, Godard induces a break between the character in a film and the actor in order to acknowledge and emphasize the difference between the reality the camera reproduces and the process of constructing fictional characters. Godard, as Perez interprets him, splits the documentary of the actor, the person, from the characterization of the fictional being he or she impersonates. Ironically, when Allen, during the Mia Farrow Sun Ji Previn crisis, so passionately maintained the prominence of such a split between himself and his own films, many, as noted earlier, came close to accusing him of perpetrating a fraud with such a claim. The same issue re-emerged with a more recent film, Deconstructing Harry, 1997, a movie about a writer, Harry Block, who happens to be a depictable human being with all sorts of terrible character traits. Allen told Bernard Wayne Draw of the New York Times, "People confuse the details of Harry's life with my life, when I'm nothing like Harry." Wayne Robb, however, reports that Allen acknowledged that his films often blurred the line between art and life. Wayne Robb also notes that in the film, Allen plays a blocked writer, like any character in a Woody Allen film, an avalanche of creative, neurotic, and erotic obsessions. Allen, of course, has powerful, responsible, and respected defenders in film, the media, the entertainment, who insist on the validity of his claim to be totally different in real life from his public and film identity. John Lahr in the New Yorker argues pungently for separating the Allen he interviewed over several days from the Allen the public imagines. In Lahr's article, Allen seems quite aware of the power of the system of science that defines him for many. Sounding semiotic himself, Allen conveys his frustration with a situation that may have placed permanent limits on his ability to create conditions for himself of great freedom. Lahr writes, "In a sense, Allen's fiction has succeeded too well. Too well. The public won't divorce him from his film persona. I'm not that ironic. I'm not that iconic figure at all," he says. "I'm very different from that." More than 5 years after Lack's article, Lahr proclaims an Allen in real life that differs dramatically from the public image. He says, "The real Allen holds himself in reserve. He is, like all great funny men, inconsolable." Lahr emphasizes that on screen Allen is a loser who makes much of his inadequacy. Off screen, he has created over the years the most wide-ranging over in American entertainment. Lars details differences between the common conception of Allen and reality, describing Allen's lined and flower-filled Fifth Avenue duplex penthouse as a rustic canoe that qualifies his urban image. Lahr writes, Alan does not stammer. He is not uncertain of what he thinks. He is not full of jokes or bon mots. And when he is amused, he is more likely to say, "That's funny," than to smile. He is courteous but not debauchable. He is a serious, somewhat morose person who rarely raises his voice, who listens carefully, and who, far from being a sad sack, runs his career and his business with admirable, single-minded efficiency. Perhaps it is both obvious and unfair to note that part of Allen's admirable, single-minded efficiency involves media and public relations. In any case, rather quickly into the piece, both Lard and Allen engage in explaining and analyzing what Allen himself described as a problem of his iconic public image. Lard writes that Allen had hit on a persona much in the way that Chaplin had found Charlie when he put on the bowler and picked up the cane. Lard quotes Allen. Keaton and Chaplin reflected an era where the anxieties and underlying vocabulary of people's longings were physical. It was a physical era. It was trains and machines. Lard then interprets the symbolic differences between Chaplin's image and Allen's. He writes, "At the beginning of the century, Chaplin's kinetic tramp made a legend of dynamism. By its end, Allen's paralyzed Woody made a legend of defeat." Thus, while Lard provides a persuasive portrait of Allen as a consummate professional and creative genius with a more subdued and detached personality than his public image usually conveys, both he and Allen inevitably must confront the issue of the profound resemblance between Woody Allen's public persona and his screen characters. The need remains to interpret the meaning and symbolism of the marriage of icon and index. The public sense of Allen as an iconic figure, in spite of his disavowal of its significance, continues to impose itself on Allen and his defenders. Amazingly, the Allen that Lars introduces to readers has been part of the Allen public persona all along. Much of the genius of the Allen image has involved in its incorporation of contradictions and complexities that broaden significance. Its significance over a wide range of issues. In his major movies, the Allen figure does not find himself limited by just one group of images, as the loser or sad sack that Lar mentions. In fact, in such classic Allen films as Annie Hall, Manhattan, Anne and Her Sisters, and Crimes and Misdemeanors, the Allen characters stand out as artistically, intellectually, and even morally superior to the other characters. They also invariably demonstrate success, and although they often lose at love, such loves involve liaisons with women such as Diane Keaton, Mariel Hemingway, and Meryl Streep, to say nothing of Mia Farrow. Even if in morally compromising situations, his characters often demonstrate qualities of honesty, sensitivity, and complexity. Judgmental with others to the point of arrogance, the alien characters convey a sense of unique charm through their humor, honesty, critical thinking, and discursive dexterity. In other words, the strength of the alien image as loser in the foreground of the screen derives to a large extent from its foundation in a figure of substance. Such complexity helps to explain the broad appeal of the alien image to a variety of different audiences. In none of the classic alien films does the sympathetic alien figure become pathetic or maudlin. Instead, he connotes a complexity of meanings that demands thoughtful interpretation. Accordingly, for Allen, it becomes painfully difficult to break from only part of the complex whole of his public and cinematic identity. One of Allen's most inventive and startling efforts to effectuate the recently desired separation of his public persona from his character in a film occurs in Celebrity, 1998. In the film, Kellen Branagh most celebrated himself for starting in and directing stylish film production of Shakespeare becomes Allen's surrogate, as thought, trying to convince audiences and or himself of the difference between the real Woody Allen and his fictional characters. Allen has Branagh play the Allen character in Celebrity. In an amazing acting tour de force, Branagh steps in and intercedes between Allen, the author, director, writer, and star, and Allen, the character, on the screen. Branagh serves as a kind of shield to protect Allen from himself, and perhaps the audience from witnessing another Allen performance of a character who looks, speaks, and acts like Allen, but somehow, according to Allen, is not Allen. Describing his effort, Janet Maslin notes that, in an exceptional feat of mimicry, Kenneth Branagh assumes the corduroy mantle of Mr. Allen and takes on the full panoply of self-effecting nervous mannerisms. Really? Great, because I don't want to be as assiduously as if he were tackling Richard III. Ironically, Branagh's performance proves the power of the documentary history of Allen's work as well as the potency of Allen's aura. Branagh's utter mastery of every detail and nuance of Allen's film characterizations seems so unnatural coming from the Shakespearean as to emphasize Allen's aura and insinuate his presence through his absence. The longevity of the documentary power of the Allen image overwhelms the effort to create a substitute for him. In his own absence, Allen becomes an invincible presence, haunting the screen and epitomizing Perez's material ghost. It will be interesting to imagine as a reversal of this relationship between Branagh and Allen as a way of considering some of the implications of the ingenious idea of using Branagh as a surrogate in Celebrity. Imagine the following scenario. Branagh suddenly finds himself in a situation that makes it impossible for him to play King Henry again in a scheduled remake of his popular film version of Shakespeare Henry V, 1989. Desperately needing to find a replacement for himself, he appeals to Allen to play the role, arguing passionately that the challenge involved in acting as the king could mark the beginning of a whole new film career for Allen, while the publicity will ensure the film's commercial success.
He prevails upon Allen by reminding him about celebrity. Thus, it would be Allen, not Branagh, in medieval costume and armor, in a low-angle shot before his assembled soldiers as they prepare to face the French at Agincourt. It will be Allen, not Branagh, who reminds his troops that they go into battle on the day marking the feats of Crispian, telling them, "From this day to the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that shed his blood with me shall be my brother." Similarly, Allen would proclaim, "It was not angry since I came to France. Until this instant, take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on Yall Hill. If they will fight us, if they will fight with us, bid them come down, or void the field. They do offend our side. And it will be Allen who will woo and win over the beautiful Catherine of France. No, it is not possible. You should love the enemy of France, Kate. But in love me, you should love the friend of France. For I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine. And Kate, when France is mine and I am yours, then yours is France and you are mine." No doubt any audience watching Allen in such a performance would anticipate the very next line spoken by Catherine. "I cannot tell what is that." Of course, after years of film performance, Allen's aura resonates through this bit of pretend. In reality, it seems inconceivable that Allen will try to reproduce Branagh's performance in Henry V. Instead, in such an unlikely cinematic event, Allen will highlight the humor of the unbridgeable chasm between himself as performer public figure and Shakespeare's heroic king, Henry V. In his own way, Branagh seems to me just a foolish trying to be Allen, as Allen will be if he tried to be Branagh. Branagh seems out of place in his effort to displace Allen. The documentary records of years of performances by Allen and of acclaimed performances by Branagh himself smother Branagh's and Allen's efforts to create the king of break between Allen and the actor and character that directors such as Godard achieve. In Celebrity, Allen and Branagh enact what Perez might call a failed fiction of a documentary, as well as a failed fiction of authenticity. Thus, Allen's dilemma of escaping his aura continues in a world that now questions his innocence and authenticity. For years, audiences and critics of Woody Allen's films saw in them an apparent unity of Allen's public and private selves that helped inform their response to him and his work. This bond of self-identity and art has been in a situation of crisis for years now. For many, Allen's personal life has overshadowed the ongoing documentary of his cinematic achievements. The unique aura that emanated from Allen's cinematic image of a self-embodied blend of character, oddity, integrity, and genius became confused and somber while remaining ambiguous. For at least some of these fans and critics, uncertainty about Allen persists even in the face of what seems to be a concerted public relations and media effort to reconstruct his image and the public perception of his career. This strategy for renewal includes perhaps Allen's longest filmed interview 4 times Richard Schickel in Woody Allen Alive in Film 2002, made for Thunder Classic Movies TCM in conjunction with that cable channel subsequent presentation of 18 of Allen's most celebrated movies. The title of the documentary seems to address the controversial issue of the relationship between Allen's public and private identities. In addition to promoting the release during the same week of Allen's latest film, Hollywood Ending 2002, the self-serving 90 minutes documentary avoids most of the difficult questions about Allen's work and career as he describes his feelings about filmmaking and many of his classic films. A line in a Godard film that Perez likes to quote helps enlighten the unsettling turn of events in Allen's life and work. Once again, Godard prefers a special insight into the importance of the dynamic in film between documentary and fiction. Godard indicates that the documentary nature of the film image works as an interplay between photographic realism and fiction in a medium and world of constant change. For Godard, to photograph a face is to photograph the soul behind it. Photography is true, and the cinema is true. 24 times a second. Of course, Godard does not say that the photograph makes the soul actually visible or immediately accessible. He only suggests that the photograph helps us to think, focus, examine, and imagine. As indicated by his work and ideas about film, few directors will seem to understand this idea between that Woody Allen. Few also could provide better examples than Allen from his recent past of the volatility and mutability of the truth and the self the camera searches for in its own unique way. One, reconstruction and revision in Woody Allen's films. Vincent Candy consistently hailed him as our most important comedic director. Pauline Kael regularly assailed him as predictable and self-indulgent. Other critics, such as Terence Rafferty, sometimes expressed disappointment over his efforts, but still acknowledged the special quality and character of his work. To both the popular press and serious students of cinema, Woody Allen remains an eccentric and enigmatic genius who works as ceaselessly as an innovative artist in an industry and medium dominated by commercial interests and mass tastes. Moreover, other directors imitate him in ways that suggest Allen's elevation as an influence and a force among that special group of critics, one's peers. For example, Rob Reiner promoted one of his own films as a kind of tribute to Allen's unique style, where Spike Lee's narrative voice and innovative directing often reflects Allen's work. Because he is a celebrity and part of a world of mass entertainment, Allen's true artistic achievement and significance often have been minimized. This is unfortunate because Allen's work should be studied with the same close attention given to other serious artists and writers. While books about Allen and his work have accumulated steadily over the years, detailed studies of the artistry of the individual films have appeared only recently. On the cutting edge of contemporary critical and cultural consciousness, Allen challenges most of our traditional notions of authorship, narrative, perspective, character development, theme, ideology, gender construction, and sexuality. A student and admirer admirer of the classic Hollywood cinema in the 1930s and 40s, Allen combines this appreciation of for American directors with a developed sensitivity to experimental European directors such as Federico Fellini, Vittorio De Sica, and most important, Ingmar Bergman. These diverse interests form the artistry of his own movies. Probably the most widely recognized aspect of Allen's work involves his integration of the comedic and serious in visually inventive films that experiment with narrative sequence, multiple plots, intense psychological character studies, and urban sophistication. At the same time, the ever-increasing complexity of his work as a director and writer has paralleled an equally complex process of intellectual and moral ambiguity. Since played against Sam, the films of Woody Allen prefer an important vision of contemporary life and the human condition. His films reveal a discentered world of displaced and dislocated characters who question their ability to find meanings in their lives. His achievement as an artist has been to develop in his best films a style of technical and artistic complexity to sustain this vision. It is accurate and useful to know that Woody Allen has become a legend in his own times. His face appears on countless magazine covers. Stories and legends about him abound. In fact, myth and reality about Woody Allen merged to create an intriguing and extraordinary figure. He was born Allen Stewart Koningsberg on December 1st in 1935 and grew up in the lower middle class area of Flatbush, Brooklyn. His background and upbringing were Jewish, and his movies reflect the enormous influence of ethnic cultures on his way of thinking, feeling, and creating. His father, Martin, had many different jobs, ranging from jewelry engraving to bartending, while his mother, Nettie, was a bookkeeper for a Brooklyn florist. He attended public schools and was generally a mediocre student. As a youngster, he was interested in sport and girls. But as a teenager attending Midwood High School in Brooklyn, he developed an obsession with writing gaglines and submitting them to newspaper columnists and writers such as Earl Wilson, who used them. Such acceptance of his work marked the meager beginnings of his career as a comic and humorist. He was less successful as a college student, entering and quickly leaving both City College and New York University. College seemed relatively unimportant to him, as he achieved early success as a full-time comic writer for major comedians such as Sid Caesar, Buddy Hackett, and Jack Paar, and important shows including The Tonight Show and Your Show of Shows. According to Douglas Broad, at the age of 22, Allen was earning as much as $1,000 to $1,500 a week by writing gags for Gary Moore's popular television program. Partly because of his high regard for Morse, whose political humor was in great demand during the early 1960s, Allen's success as a gag writer gave him the confidence to attempt his own comic routine. His stand-up comedy not only helped to establish his public reputation, it also gave him the opportunity to develop his relationship with the two agents who have worked with with him throughout his career Charles H. Jaffe and Jack Rollins. From his tentative and awkward beginnings as a stand-up comic in offbeat New York clubs such as The Bitter End, Allen eventually triumphed in the biggest clubs in Las Vegas and New York and on the most popular television programs of the time. As Allen's work developed in sophistication, his humorous stories also appeared regularly in the New Yorker and Playboy, and were later collected as extremely popular books, Without Feathers, Getting Even, and Side Effects. This greatest popularity, however, came with the success of his films. Some fans and critics continue to insist that his earliest films are his funniest and most original. His first film was What New Pussycat in 1965, which appropriately enough was baked by some who had been impressed by his stand-up performance at the Blue Angel. This film was followed by several others that indicate an initial shiny phase to his film career that lasted through 1971 with Bananas. In between, there was What's Up, Target Lily, Casino Royale, Don't Drink the Water, and Take the Money and Run. Allen's popularity and success in these films are extensions of his earlier success. In retrospect, during these stages of his career, Allen seems perfectly suited to his times. The 1960s we recall was a period of enormous social and cultural revolution, entailing changes whose ultimate impact still remains uncertain today. For the older generation, this was a time of a nearly unbelievable sexual revolution, remarked by a troubling and paradoxical contradiction in general between forces of skepticism and cynicism on the one hand and forces of idealism and hope on the other. The mingling of these forces during this Vietnam War era naturally exacerbated confusion and tension. In a time of democratic upheaval that touched all aspects of life from the sexual and social to the cultural and political, Allen's looks and offbeat style seemed to speak for and represent the involvement of every man in the transformations of lifestyles and values. His persona as a loser, the classic underdog Shelemiel figure, was perfect for a period of participatory democracy and confusing change, but also allowed for a process of distancing from developments and events that contained frightening potential within them. One could look at and listen to Woody Allen as identify with him, while also feeling somewhat estranged from him. It also was the period of Martin Luther King and the Black Revolution, which began a new form of ethnic turmoil and controversy for our country that also remains with us today. Allen's ethnicity highlights this phenomenon of racial and cultural difference in a non-threatening way. Indeed, until recently, the general absence of blacks or people of color from his films in some ways implied in light lingering attentions in his work over this issue. In addition, the 1960s were a student and campus-centered period. Allen's wit and playfulness embodied the combination of sophistication and experimental innocence that characterizes youth in general, and this period in particular. Allen's catered to a generation and public that were receptive to and ready for his artful manipulation of and experimentation with language and visual images. The first generation in history to be raised on the modern media revolution. It was acclaimed to a multimedia global village cultural environment, accustomed to tumultuous events and times that were brought home to them through the new immediacy of modern media. This audience and public seemed to anticipate the complex levels of irony and voice of Allen's humor. They also seemed ready as a generation for the topical and informed nature of his work. Even while manipulating his audience to make it laugh, Allen assumed their intelligence and awareness. At the same time, on the screen, he inevitably embodied in scrutinizing details the anxiety and anguish of urban claustrophobia, political and cultural alienation, and economic and environmental insecurity that students felt typified contemporary life and demanded change.
The myth of Woody Allen developed concomitantly with the growing reality of his success and fame. Indeed, the myth emerged as a complicated mixture of cinematic image, publicity, and self-serving biography. The terms myth and legend are especially appropriate for Allen because his story perpetuates precisely the kind of contradictions that true legends contain and continue. Cultivating a nebbish or Shemiel persona, he directs and works with some of the most beautiful, powerful, and sensitive women in movies, and has become known for his personal relationship with many of them, including Diane Keaton, and last and most famously and sadly, Mia Farrow. A man of artistic genius, an individual with extraordinary power through his influence over others and his ability to control his own life. He often suggests serious, continued personal insecurities and inhibitions, with the potential to do whatever and go wherever he wants. He insists on New York as being a kind of artistic and emotional sanctuary. A student of human relationship, he remained a loner, even it seems, in his preparation relationship with Mia Farrow, waving to her across appointing penthouse apartments overlooking New York's Central Park. Obviously needing the acclaim and attention that accompanies acting in his own films, he professes to yearn for anonymity. Although a Jew to the core, he clearly craves and achieves gentile approval. A celebrity and leading man, he relishes his ritualistic participation as an amateur clarinetist in Monday night jazz sessions at the fashionable Michael's pub. Although he appears on the screen as a wonderfully open and caring character, off the screen it is apparently impossible to communicate directly with him unless you are morally safer or CBS, Maureen Dowd of the New York Times, or Eric Lacks for the New York Times Magazine. A perfectionist as a director and filmmaker, he emphasizes improvisation and instant creativity on the set. An original American auteur, he relies heavily on collaboration with great photographers such as Gordon Willis and Carlo Di Palma, and co-writers such as Marshall Brickman. A recognized master of comedy, he has pinned his hopes for glory on the success of more serious work. Blessed in so many ways, he faces economic problems in the film industry and personal domestic difficulties that may signal a sea change in his life. Beneath the myth and the legend of Woody Allen flows his nearly obsessive concern about his work and art. For me, this provides the key to the man and his films, how seriously he takes himself and his efforts and artistic creation. This is what we will focus on throughout his study. His work as an artist. This also remains a controversial aspect of his career. For some, Allen suffers from seriousness and never should have departed from his sole concentration on comedy. However, what seems more important is how Allen has regarded himself and directed his own career. For years, he persistently argued that it would be easy to maintain his popularity through comedy, to do commercially successful films filled with side gags and physical comedy, to write, act in, and direct movies that provide a platform for his verbal humor. However, as his work matured and strengthened, his ambitions and goals also changed. As he moved from stage to stage, from gag writing to performing, from screenwriting and acting to complete artistic responsibility for his films, he felt increasingly compelled to deal with life and experience in totality. In attempting to fulfill the artistic, dramatic, and thematic potential of his humor and filmmaking, he tended toward developing other complex aspects of experience. He believes that doing this requires expanding his creativity into the domains of tragedy and pathos. In a sense, the concern for the tragic was always there as an incipient form in his earlier work. Such darkness can be discerned in how he dealt with some of his comic material. As already noted, even his previous work as a gag writer and stand-up comic, as well as elements in his early films, involved a complex, ironic, and multidimensional perspective on subjects and material that were infused with undertones of sadness and tragedy, politics, sexuality, violence, death, chaos, failure, and alienation. Also, the frustration of formulaic work done at another's direction and the restrictions of meeting the artistic expectations of others certainly motivated him to expand his own creative horizons. In any case, in the films dating from the early 1970s through the 1980s that we shall study, played against Sam, Annie Hall, Manhattan, Zelig, The Purple Rose of Cairo, Anna and her sisters, and Crimes and Misdemeanors, Allen's work takes his own comedy seriously. The characters are important even as jokes. His technical, literary, visual, and linguistic innovations are designed to introduce complexity and intensity to his humor. Instead of continuing on the proven path of zany comedy, he carefully created films that form an original union of the serious and comedic. From the early 1970s, his best work achieves a balance and integration of darkness and light. Accordingly, I will take Allen's visual and verbal humor seriously as part of a broader artistic achievement and innovation, partly in the hope that such a study of his depth and range ultimately will contribute to our appreciation of the humor itself. I will analyze some of his most important films by describing how he puts them together and makes them work.
In particular, it is necessary to examine how the humor and sadness work together and how verbal and visual humor are integrated. The films need to be viewed as a total process of complex creativity. At the core of this process rests Allen's transition from a verbal and literary figure to a filmmaker. He becomes an artist whose genius for visual invention and creativity matches his linguistic originality until both aspects of his work cohere into an exciting art form. He learns the use shots, sequences, and visualizations with a technical dexterity and artistic creativity comparable to the use of language in his humorous writings. In his films thereby become both a visual text and a literary text, an integrated cinetext of visual and verbal images and signs. This cinematextual process of creation will be examined by looking critically at individual moments within the films, by studying the films as a whole, by determining how individual shots and scenes develop depth of character and propel narration, and by relating the films to each other. It will be necessary also to consider some of the many artistic sources and influences in film and literature that Allen uses for his own cinematic creativity. As already suggested, these range widely from an extremely eclectic group of Americans including Orson Welles and Groucho Marx, to the major European film directors from Fellini and De Sica to Bergman. Both an Englishman and an American, Charlie Chaplin is also an extraordinarily important influence in helping to shape Allen's cinematic and comedic imagination. Allen's ambition and hope, as expressed in several interviews throughout his career, to place at least some of his work in this line of great filmmaking warrants a thoughtful response. This critical focus on Allen's work engenders a dilemma and a danger, but also an opportunity. For students of film, taking Woody Allen's somber side seriously should be considered an occupational hazard. Relating the darker aspects of his vision to the lighter glow of his humor invites charges, which I reject, of sharing his alleged pretentiousness, and even worse, of missing the point of Allen's genius at humor and his tragic flaw in moving away from a complete commitment to comedy. Such concerns about taking Allen too seriously are especially important in light of developments within critical theory of film and literature. Too many film and literary study have become entirely too ponderous. Applying critical theory to Allen could amount to committing a double sin of adding insult to injury by using a critical terminology upon a comic talent that was meant for pure enjoyment. Therefore, some consideration should be given at the beginning to my methodology, to the important question of what critical and analytical tools, concepts, and methods will be used in studying his films. In the past 3 decades, feminism, psychoanalysis, and semiotics have tended to dominate academic schools and approaches to film criticism. Obviously, the mere application of these critical approaches does not guarantee critical depth of power. To the contrary, their use can deaden the experience of art and film. For many, even the mention of these methods destroys the enjoyment and natural vitality of cinema and art. Nevertheless, their influence is pervasive and their use ubiquitous. It is impossible to seriously study film or literature today, especially in an academic setting, without considering feminist concern for the place and objectification of women, or without confronting psychoanalytic insights into the presence of the unconscious and in hidden areas of literary and cinematic tests. It is also has become commonplace to use linguistic and semiotic terminology about the formation of the subject in a test of as a way of discussing character, power, and meaning in a literary or cinematic work. The semiotic and linguistic use of signs and signifiers within a broader signifying process that renders subjectivity and meaning appears in much contemporary criticism. Such critics also tend to give special attention to the role of art as a commodity and as part of a greater system of industrial and technological production, in combination with an appreciation for the inexorable relationship of art to the social and economic roots of culture. This body of criticism has transformed the contemporary study of literature, art, and film. The opening chapter of this book reflects somewhat the influence of the critical thought I have described. It seems to me that Allen and much of contemporary critical theory should go well together because he concentrates so intensely on the place and situation of women, the role of psychoanalysis, and the social construction of art forms. Considering some of the insights of the theory caused me to think in new ways about much of Allen's work. His use of the camera to reverse the traditional pattern of making woman the object of desire in cinema, his development of narrative to dramatize desire, and the working of the unconscious, his separation of the elements of cinema such as sight and sound to create interesting psychological conditions, his complex rendering of the continual fragmentation of subjectivity and identity, his visual presentation of situation of psychic, social, and linguistic alienation and separation, and his self-conscious direction and cinematography that force the viewer to think about the film process itself and the viewer's own subjectivity within it. However, for some readers, the opening chapters of this study may constitute a first exposure or introduction to aspects of current critical thinking. This is not necessarily unfortunate considering the importance placed on such critical thought by so many writers and theorists. While wishing to engage and challenge the reader and viewer versed in current critical thought, I also would be pleased to give others an opportunity to begin thinking about how much is to be gained by working with these critical concepts and applying them to an important body of work. Obviously, any critical study such as this one needs to be questioned in terms of the case it makes for the importance and value of its subject as well as for its method of examining that subject. A study of the contribution of Woody Allen may be an agreeable and worthwhile place to start such a process and pattern of critical evaluation. Furthermore, throughout this study, I seek to place Allen and his work within the context of American culture and history as both an artist and a creative consciousness, so isolated and different in so many ways, so ancient and intellectual, so urban and Jewish in his speech and mannerisms. Allen is also so American in his awareness and representation of the world around him and within him. He has become a major cultural symbol of a mindset and way of life. The quintessential New Yorker, he is our Gatsby looking out, not at Long Island, but at the city itself, with the persistent wonder and awe that in America all things are still possible and all transformations can and will occur. As part of Allen's involvement in understanding and representing the American experience today, his films deal with broad social and cultural subjects, themes that comprise the core of contemporary life. Allen's intelle- in- intelligent treatment of these subjects contributes to the literary and intellectual aura that tends to characterize his work. The subject that comprise the body of his work often include a self-reflexive consideration of cinema itself as an art form, the relevance of middle-class values to the complexities of modern life, the ambiguities and anxieties of the Jewish identity, the joys and perils of existence in New York, the nature of comedy and its value as a form of therapy, the efficacy of psychoanalysis, and the power of love and loyalty in a corrupt society. The work suggests a genuine, if somewhat general, appreciation for and engagement with existential and ethical issues regarding human values and relationships. Allen's place in the intellectual and artistic milieu of New York City, his connection to Jewish culture and life, and his democratic and moralistic attitude toward American history and politics also make him part of a mainstream ideological perspective that frequently seems to contradict his equally strong proclivity toward nonconformity and iconoclasm. Allen's films generally do not suggest an easy resolution to these tensions of modern life. Instead, he often dramatizes these issues by conveying them to a fragmented consciousness that in itself suggests physic and social displacement. Throughout many of these films, an awareness of psychoanalysis operates as a kind of master narrative to provide some tentative means for organizing the chaos of modern experience. Although for Allen, even Freudian theory fails as a total solution to life's dilemmas, Allen's work incorporates psychoanalysis and the unconscious into the very form of the films, as opposed to privileging a dominant psychoanalytical perspective, as in Alfred Hitchcock's Marnie and Psycho. Hitchcock's films sometimes assume a psychological voice of authority to explain character and behavior from a fairly conventional clinical point of view. In contrast, Allen tries to use visual images and language to replicate on the screen the processes of psychic instability, and confusion. Allen's penchant for psychoanalysis makes his films accessible to contemporary critical approaches that focus on the place of women in cinema. These critical perspectives tend to emphasize dichotomies related to women's traditional role in classic cinema as objects of spectacles that cultivate narcissism while denying empowerment. Such critics as Stanley Cavell, Teresa de Laurentiis, and Lucy Fischer maintain that these issues share a common basis in the psychoanalytic understanding of the relationship between the unconscious and cinema. For Allen, these subjects appear in his appreciation of gender and sexual relationships. While some see only self-centered sexism in his work, one also can discern sex, and a term used by Helen Sissou, the radical feminist critic, to expound the need for revealing, regarding, and revolutionizing woman's body, voice, and place. The result is that an Allen film often becomes a psychoanalysis of our culture and times, often one exposing major change. While Allen's analysis in films is invariably funnier than the critics who explain it, it also is one he takes so seriously. For Allen, the capacity for cinema to move fluidly between verbal script and the visual image gives the medium extraordinary power to invade individual perceptions and influence public consciousness. Vulnerable to the perverse exploitations of propaganda, cinema also can be a potent force for personal renewal and cultural regeneration, including a potential revivification of American perspectives and values. Allen's work, therefore, follows Christian Metz's notion of the program of experimental cinema to subvert and enrich perception, to put it in to put in closer thought to put in closer touch with the unconscious, to the censor if as far possible. Allen's cinematic exploration Allen's cinematic explorations of the new artistic techniques as well as broad cultural subjects parallel literary ventures into similar theory by such writers as Philip Roth and E.L. Doctorow. Important American Jeremias who constantly attack the moral status quo. Allen puts their urbanity, ethnicity, humor, and self-deprecation into the visual dimensions of film. All three assault the barriers demarcating fiction and reality, story and history, with the same audacity that characterizes their attacks on boundaries of class and prejudice. Moreover, they each experiment with the centered narrative self to redefine authorship as a recreative relationship between the so-called interior and exterior authors. In many of Doctorow's novels, including such works as World's Fair and Billy Badgate, the internal narrators and the author exists in marriages of mutuality, invented identities that are as happy as Roth and his Zuckerman are destructive in their sadomasochism. Similarly, Allen, like Zelig, is inconceivable outside of the picture of photograph. In most of Allen's films, the exterior author exists in relationship to the interior narrator. For all three authors, Allen, Roth, and Doctorow, the center itself becomes, in Raya Silverman's term, a synecdotic representation of displaced consciousness and reality. While Allen's approach to and understanding of art and culture connect him to many of his contemporaries, his importance to American humor invites a comparison to an earlier literary figure as well, Mark Twain. Allen's ultimate impact on both humor in America and film as an art form ostensibly could make his achievement and place in our culture comparable to that of Twain. Whereas Twain developed frontier humor and storytelling into an original and complex art form capable of containing multiple levels of cultural and linguistic meaning, Allen has turned a gift for oral and written comedy into his personal cinematic style of integrating dialogue, music, cinematography, setting, action, and characterization. Allen needed to find an artistic form that could express his humor and intellectual and personal concerns without sacrificing, as Henry Nash Smith said of Twain,
art to ideology. Just as Twain learned in one tale, according to Walter Blair, to move from oral to written humor, so Allen found his vision and voice in the film versions of Played Against Sound, 1972, which he started in and wrote. In this film, important techniques, voiceovers, traditional frame narratives, music, and visual images are employed in imaginative ways that are developed further in later films. He moved from simply repeating the jokes in his popular stories, comic routines, and anecdotes to the creation of original cinema. Allen dramatizes his process of self growth from stand up comic and gag writer to director within his own films. In Every You Always Wanted to Know About Sex, we see him as a pathetic court jester. However, 5 years later, in 1977, he documents in Annie Hall his own transition disillusioned disillusioned gag writer and successful stand-up comic to a serious, credible artist. As Eric Lax writer writes in his popular biography of Allen, he has grown from a comedian translating a monologue into film in Take the Money and Run to a character using a vast array of film techniques: split screen, cartoons, flashback narration, stream of consciousness fantasy, to tell him story in Annie Hall, to an ironic commentator of values and artistic fulfillment in Crimes and Misdemeanors. The cinematography he has used to show his stories ranged from the crude handheld camera style of Take the Money and Bananas to the deeply contrasted Ansel Adams-like black and white in Manhattan, to the cartoon brightness of Radio Days and Alice, to the autumnal riches of Anna, Another Woman, and September. In a pattern that continues, interestingly enough, to compare with Twain's career, Allen's humor becomes steadily more complex as he matures as an artist. In both, humor refracts hidden forces from the unconscious, whereas Freud actually mentions Twain in Civilization and its discontents. As an example of the psychoanalytic uses of humor, Allen is like Roth in his self-conscious exploitation of Freud to intensify the effect of voicing the unspeakable. While Allen joins Twain, Roth, and so many others in using humor as a force for destruction and reconstruction, he also advances a modern technology of humor through his use of the camera, screenwriting, and direction in his films. In the canon of Allen's major films, Played Against Sam is, as already noted, a transitional work. As Nancy Pogel notes, in this early Allen film, there are foreshadowing of the later films where filmmaker, audience, and characters will all be implicated more seriously in a modern viewpoint that permits no conforming certainties about what constitutes fiction. Thus, Played Against Sam initiates a process of artistic development through Annie Hall, Manhattan, Broadway, Danny Rose, The Purple Rose of Cairo, Anna and Her Sisters, and Crimes and Misdemeanors. These works demonstrate an artistic progression in which cinematic creativity reinforces an ideology of social and cultural reconstruction and revision. Submitting these films to what William Rodman calls a reading of the sequence
moment by moment, will reveal Alan's rediscovery of basic questions of sexuality, social identity, and consciousness, existence, and morality. The fact that not Woody Allen but Herb Rose actually directed Played Against Sam helps to mark the film as a transitional work for Allen. Ross worked from Allen's screenplay, an adaptation from Allen's successful Broadway play. Before Played Against Sam, Allen directed and wrote Take the Money and Run and Bananas. The separation for Allen to the tasks of writing and directing in Played Against Sam signifies a moment of anticipation and preparation for the artistic fulfillment of his subsequent films. Not quite ready for the leap to being both director and writer in this major innovative work, Allen's acceptance of the division of labor in this film emphasizes the transition in his creative career from so-called zany and idiosyncratic popular comedy to films of heightened sensitivity and moral complexity. The gap between the roles of director and writer suggests a pause before achieving the artistic maturity and now characterizes Allen's work. Obviously, the credit for the professionalism and talent of the direction belongs to Ross. However, Allen's creative imagination, as articulated and presented in the screenplay, clearly dominate the film and place it within the Allen canon. The humor, energy, manipulation of reality and fantasy, unconventional narrative, technique, characterization, and plotting bear Allen's distinctive signature and contrast dramatically with Ross' most successful film since Played Against Sam, such as The Turning Point, The 7% Solution, and The Goodbye Girl. From the moment that Played Against Sam first appears on the screen, we realize that we are viewing a different kind of film. Played Against Sam opens with its movie critic hero, Alan Felix, entranced as he views Casablanca in a New York theater. More than just another movie about movies, the film's opening, as we soon will see, relates the complex analogies between the formation of both the subject in language and the spectator in cinema to the construction of gender in society. It connects the unconscious ambiguities of sexual organization and gender construction to the social process of investing meaning in the signs and signifiers of sexual difference, subjectivity, and social identity. In other words, it relates the process of achieving sexual identity and subjectivity to the processes of signs and language that define and develop such identity and subjectivity. Allen's enactment of the signifying process, the relationship of signs and signifiers to the thing and objects that are named and signified, and his entrapment and construction of the viewer within it demonstrates the dependence of subjectivity and identity upon visual and other signs of signifiers of experience. In the beginning moments of this movie, we get visible confirmation, as Silverman says, of the subject as a complex of signifying processes. In effect, we witness the semiotic invention of identity and reality. As the film processes, it also will confirm what this scene powerfully suggests about the sexual rootedness of relationship between subjectivity and the social construction of gender. Important to subjectivity and signification in Played Against Sam, and Allen usually An Alien film usually involves a split self that dramatizes the construction of the subject, including Allen's subjectivity, as the basis for the screen character. The camera and sound in the opening scene of the film demonstrate this process. Such division and construction receive help from a crucial tension in all of Woody Allen's films in which he appears. This involves the relationship between Woody Allen, the public personality, writer, and star, and the character he plays. In this case, Alan Felix. Allen exploits this relationship to control the audience's expectations of him as a humorist. Just his appearance on the screen will provoke laughter. In Played Against Sam, even the similarity of names become a joke. Allen manipulates that expectation of humor into a complex art. He uses the connection between himself as interior character and external personality and director to introduce psychological, thematic, and artistic complexity into his subjects' characterizations and narratives. The opening shots of Played Against Sam demonstrate and repeat the process of shifting and volatile subjectivity for the viewer. Woody Allen and Alan Felix. As Alan watches Casablanca on the screen, subjectivity and identity becomes largely ephemeral. Felix floats from being the imaginary subject of the action to the movie to being simply a viewer who loses the identity and ability to act through his total immersion into the interior film Casablanca, which to some extent becomes the subject of the film Played Against Sam. Ross' camera, of course, conveys the images of changing subjectivity, but the artistic and moral vision of a democratic fluidity between subjects and viewers remains Allen's. This sequence of shot from Bergman and Bogart to Allen and back again demonstrates the fragmented and disjointment nature of subjectivity. The visual images duplicate and dramatize psychic division. This interlacing of glances and shots involving Bergman, Bogart, and Felix places Felix psychologically in the film Casablanca. Bergman's gaze from the screen to Felix constitutes a life-giving act, endowing him with a new identity and reality in the darkened theater. Played Against Sam, the presentation of divided subjectivity through the original use of camera and sound infuses psychic division and separation into the very form, structure, and substance of the film. In the opening scenes of the film, sound and image often are dramatically separated. Through most of this sequence, when we heard Casablanca, we are looking at Alan Felix, and when we look at Casablanca, there is little that is said. Indeed, when some of the most important lines are spoken, we see them anticipated on Alan Felix's face. This careful separation of sight and sound creates an interesting psychological effect by reinforcing the split subjects of Woody Allen's interior and exterior selves, suggesting a division within the signifying process itself as visual and auditory signs break from what seems to be signified. Words, visual images, and sounds do not signify or cohere according to usual expectations. Language and visual images suggest new meanings, often with a humorous undercurrent. Again, the instance of Bergman's apparent glance, not a Bogart but a Felix in the audience,
exemplifies this synetextual transformation of the signifying process. Moreover, the separation of sight and sound take us away from the movie of the interior screen, Casablanca, and position us to enter into Felix's divided consciousness, as we not only hear and see through him but participate in his recreation. This split subject comprises a synetextual counterpart to what Julia Kristeva discusses at the condition of Cora, a semiotic process describing the situation that precedes the syntactical organization and coherence of the paternal symbolic period in psychological development. Kristeva writes, Plato's Timaeus speaks of Cora, receptible, unnameable, improbable, hybrid, interior to naming, to the one, to the father, and subsequently maternally connoted to such an extent that it merits not even the rank of syllable. One can describe more precisely than this philosophical intuition the particularities of this signifying disposition that I have just named semiotic, a term which quite clearly designates that we are dealing with a disposition that is definitely heterogeneous to meaning, but always inside of it or in either a negative or surplus relationship to it. Lacanian feminist critics such as Juliet Mitchell, Jacqueline Rose, and Jane Gallup discuss this situation as pre-Oedipal, pre-linguistic stage of images that preceded symbolic order and meaning, and the Oedipal break into language. Rigid perimeters between fantasy and reality, interior psychological space and external reality, unfulfilled desire and moral prohibition becomes blurred. This stage, which is a semiotic pre-symbolic phase of development, describes the condition in which we find Alan Felix in the beginning of Play It Again Sam. The darkened theater becomes a linguistic womb, a fresh beginning from Felix that disrupts ordinary organization and development. Most important, the split psyche and subject implied a disordering of conventional sexual organization that creates the possibility for new sexual ordering. Indeed, Alan Felix's condition and place before the screen in the theater suggests the kind of passivity that once was assumed to be part of feminine nature. Alan Felix takes what Stanley Cavell calls the position of the feminine, in that he shares with women the classic Hollywood camera's proclivity toward their objectification and victimization. From Felix's infantile perspective in the theater, Bergman and Bogart are the classic fantasy parents of the Freudian family romance, in which the child invents parents that confirm his or her secret wish for sexual, emotional, and psychical omnipotence. Felix clearly loves both Bogart and Bergman and wants to be loved by and to possess both. Thus, the complex opening scenes of separated shots and sounds use the visual and auditory signs of cinema to suggest the sexual ambivalence and insecurity that haunt Alan Felix. The film not only tells us about this situation and gives us a character who embodies it, it renders the condition of sexual uncertainty
in the form of the reorganization of the movie's signifying process. The reordering of language and image in this scene replicates Felix's internal disorder and anticipates his search for love and identity. Reliving the moments of Casablanca on some deep psychic level, Alan Felix's facial confrontation while viewing it render a seismic record of everything he sees and hears on the screen. Not surprisingly, when Casablanca ends and the lights go on, Alan Felix finds himself as confused as someone walking from a dream, suddenly uncertain of his identity and distressed by his surroundings. For Alan Felix, the world of the screen seems especially real and intimate when compared with his daily existence. His depression of leaving the theater and the domination of his bedroom by Bogart posters further suggests his fragile psychic state. In the universe of signifying relationships, cinema and theater, and on-screen and off-screen reality exist and operate on a continuum of experience, incorporating, as we said, the unconscious and semiotic within its very form. Played against them emphasizes the materiality of film by bringing attention to the various elements of camera shots and soundtrack that comprise film. In addition, the film also makes the important connection between the structure and nature of films and the way dreams are formed and function. As Silverman says, because one of the registers of its inscriptions is that used by the unconscious in the production of dreams. Film has the capacity not only to depict the displacement of waking desire, but to do so in a language familiar to the sleeping subject. The characteristics of dreams that originally inspired Freud in the interpretation of dreams to say, the interpretation of dreams is royal road to a knowledge of the unconscious activities of the mind, are intrinsic to Allen's major films. Symbolism, disorder, narrative, and time sequence, the separation of the scenes, the condensation of complex, often contradictory meanings and events into imaginary or distorted images, and the displacement of a latent inner realities by invented experiences that seem ludicrous or incredible until analyzed. Obviously, these same aspects of dreams lend themselves to humorous uses, as Freud himself maintained in jokes and their relations to the unconscious. Of course, the use of these elements of dreams has become a trademark of Allen's films. Casablanca becomes Alan Felix's dream, endlessly repeated because its structures in a symbolic form. These innermost yearning fears and aggressions, Felix's compulsion to repeat the experience of the movie is at once pathetic, neurotic, and humorous. Moreover, Alan Felix's experience in the theater seems to be an almost perfect dramatization of Jean-Louis Braudis's post-structuralist theory of the psychoanalytic dimension of cinema. Baudry says that taking into account the darkness of the movie theater, the relative passivity of the situation, the forced immobility of the scene subject, and the effects which result from the projection of images, moving images, the cinematographic apparatus brings about a state of artificial regression. Remembering that Felix undergoes precisely this kind of regression in a setting similar to Broudy's description of the cinematic situation, Bowdry's formulation of the relationship between cinema and the unconscious mind of the viewer helps to explain the process behind Felix's psychic state as we view Casablanca. Bowdry goes on to say of cinema's effects on the viewer. It artificially leads back to an anterior phase of his development, a phase which is barely hidden, as dream and certain pathological forms of our mental life have shown. It is the desire, the unrecognized as such by the subject, to return to this phase, an early state of development, which is own forms of satisfaction, which may play a determining role in his desire for cinema and the pleasure he finds in it, returns toward a relative narcissism, and even worse, toward a mode of relating to reality, which could be defined as enveloping, and in which the separation between one's own body and the exterior world is not well defined. Following this line of reasoning, one may then be able to understand the reasons for the intensity of the subject's attachment to images and the process of identification created by cinema, a return to a primitive narcissism by the regression of the libido. Freud tells us, nothing that the dreamer occupies the entire field of the dream scene, the absence of the limitation of the body, the transfusion of the interior out into the exterior, without excluding other processes of identification which derive from the specular regime of the ego, from its constitution as imaginary. The relevance of Bowdry's contemporary psychoanalytical and semiological theory to Play It Again Sam suggests something of the complexity and originality of Allen's understanding of film. In the years since Play It Again Sam first appeared, repeated showing of the film have made it part of our popular consciousness, so those famous classic scenes from Casablanca seem like the inevitable beginning of the film. In fact, we remember that the original play of Broadway actually opened with Felix watching Bogart in The Maltese Falcon tell Mary Astor as she would have to take the fall for her crimes in spite of, or perhaps secretly because of, his love for her. There are some important benefits from this change that reflects the transition from Allen's play to the film. In the movie version, Play It Again Sam play scenes from Casablanca, in which Bogart speaks two of Casablanca's most famous and important lines that could serve as epigraphs to frame and introduce the Allen movie. We will always have Paris, a line repeated sardonically later in Manhattan. And here's looking at you, kid. In other words, absence and presence. The lines from Casablanca can be interpreted to typify the central concerns of film in general, according to Cavell, and of Played It Against Him in particular, as well as all of Allen's film scenes, to psychoanalytically oriented critics such as Cavell, Silverman, and Metz. Cinematic images rest upon absence. To them, cinema's dependence upon image, as opposed to the physical presence of characters or text, as in drama and reading, influences the viewer's response and the cinematic experience. The idea that the film is the medium of visible absence, as Cavell says, suggests how film epitomizes the psychoanalytical condition and situation of what has come to be called desire, of the inevitability, of the inability to achieve ultimate sexual or emotional fulfillment, and intensify because of the split and fragmented nature of the human psyche. In this sense, absence, presence, and desire are the heart of Allen's interests and work. In his work, scenes played against him, visual appearances are signs of displacement and separation, of unbridgeable gaps between unfathomable experience and inadequate symbols of frustration, of the unspeakable unconscious and the conscious search for meaning. For Allen, visual signs are masks for buried experiences that grow more and more distant the more one tries to chase them down. Equally significant in the replacement of the Maltese Falcon by Casablanca in the film version of Played Against Him is the resulting change from Sam Spade, the nearly pathological hero of the Dashiell Hammett story, to Rick of Casablanca. It is not just that Rick is a far more sympathetic character than Sam Spade. Rick is the classic American hero altered by the movement from the western frontiers to the frontier of the impending battle against fascism. To make this point, it should not be necessary to review the entire film, but only to reiterate what has been said about it over the years by so many critics and audiences. Reluctant, stoic, isolated, and charismatic, Rick is the embodiment of the archetypal American hero of classic and popular culture. He epitomizes the external hardness and indifference that masks the inner yearnings and earnestness of the American hero, by using this Bogart character as a vehicle but for further fragmentation and decentering of subjectivity. Allen explores the relationship of cinematic text to cultural and social texts. The screenplay and images of Played Against Him overlapped with the cultural codes of American heroism, manhood, and commitment. Indeed, the association and development of the Bogart figure in Played Against Him will be meaningless if it did not take place with a broader field of significance that has deep historic roots in our culture. By integrating the Bogart code and hero within the process of cinematic reconsideration, Allen establishes a means for preferring the reconstruction of American character. He contrives a new American hero that is similar to the new hero of thought and sensitivity in the work of Roth, Doctorow, and Bellow. From the myths from the maze of psychic fragmentation and visual displacement, there emerges a vulnerable hero with an intense interior life who articulates his fears and exposes his emotional dependence on others, and makes us laugh to boot. In contrast to the classic Bogart myth of American manhood, Alan's hero finds love and identity by revealing rather than repressing pain, fear, and dependence. For the Allen hero, emotional expression means empowerment through parody, sarcasm, and humor. Such humor contaminates the privileged detachment of the Bogart hero and vitiates his hard-boiled isolationism and his immunity from commitment and dependence. Allen conveys the psychology and character of this new American hero through a series of extremely humorous scenes and moments. Felix's fantasy of physical violence and booze-inspired seduction shatters into a squeaky yes when the doorbell rings. Every action and pretense of stereotypical masculine power portrays its opposite: lack of stature, impotence, fear, and even deceit and betrayal, as opposed to inner strength and loyalty. The humor in these scenes gains added emotional impact through its suggestions of subsurface tension, complexity, and uncertainty. His battles with a hair dryer and various powders, deodorants, and cosmetics, his dependence upon aspirin, Darvon, and other drugs, and his failures at social convention and casual dating all certify him as an anxious nebbish. They also suggest that deep-seated sexual uncertainty and inadequacy that extends from him to the culture as a whole, as evidenced by other elements in the film, including the relationship between Diane Keaton and Tony Roberts, the characterization of other female figures, and the implied criticism of contemporary lifestyles. A neglected dimension of Allen's work involves this subversion, as seen in Played Against Him, of sexual stereotypes, gender roles, and cultural archetypes. Because of the profound changes inspired by both the sexual and the women's revolutions, it is easy to disregard the place of Played Against Him in this continuing social, cultural, and sexual transformation. The film's impulse for change perhaps seems muted when compared to the efforts of movements for drastic sexual and gender reform. In fact, instead of being recognized for engaging these controversial issues and moving toward change, Allen, like Philip Roth, often has been misinterpreted and vilified for his treatment of sex and gender. In retrospect, Allen, in Playing Against Him, could echo Roth's claim to be one of the first on the beachhead of the sexual revolution. Subsequent scandal and controversy in Allen's later personal life could not have been readily predicted based solely on an awareness of his intelligent and creative work related to gender and sexuality at this time of change. Thus, the grounding of Allen's work in psychoanalysis and semiotics means that his reconsideration of sexuality, gender, and character occurs from the ground up, so to speak, from the psychoanalytical to the cultural, sharing an appreciation for Freud with Roth. Allen's insights into sexuality, gender, and culture stand on a theory of the unconscious and sexual difference, as well as ideology. Played Against Him therefore encourages the Freudian impulse toward recognition of an encounter with the other or opposite gender that comprises an aspect of oneself and character. Further explanation of Freud's theory on this subject might be helpful in suggesting the depth of Allen's own appreciation for the complexity of these issues of sexuality and gender. As Freud developed his initial theories of sexuality, he places increasing emphasis on sexual ambivalence, and the overall uncertainty of sexual designations and characteristics is ascribed to masculinity and femininity. In 1950, he added an important footnote to 3 essays on the theory of sexuality in which he asserted that the concepts of masculine and feminine, whose meaning seems too unambiguous to ordinary people, are among the most confused that occur in science. Freud distinguished between 3 uses of these terms: the sociological, which derives from observation of social behavior; the biological, which concerns physical attributes; and the most important, the sense of activity and passivity. He writes, such observation shows that in human beings, pure masculinity or femininity is not to be found, either in psychological or biological sense. Every individual, on the contrary, displays a mixture of the character traits belonging to his own and to the opposite sex, and he shows a combination of activity and passivity, whether or not these last character traits tally with his biological ones. Freud pursued this insight into sexual uncertainty and ambivalence, assuming that the theory itself continued to require much greater investigation and study. He articulated and clarified as his theory of bisexuality in civilization and its discontents. He writes, "The theory of bisexuality is still surrounded by many obscurities, and we cannot but feel it as a serious impediment in psychoanalysis that has not yet found any link with the theory of the instincts. However, this may be if we assume it has a fact that each individual seeks to satisfy both male and female wishes in his sexual life. We are prepared for the possibility that those 2 sets of demands are not fulfilled by the same object, and that they interfere with each other unless they can be kept apart, and each impulse guided into a particular channel that is suited to it." After further reflection upon the complexity of this issue of bisexuality, near the end of his life and career, Freud came to see this sexual ambivalence as a special source of conflict and pathology. Both men and women were continually in contention with the opposite sex within themselves, evidencing a degree of his own Victorian sexism and latent ambiguity toward women. Freud maintained in Analysis Terminable and Interminable, 1937, that in women sexual ambivalence often led to certain forms of overaggression, while in men it inspired a clipping fear of castration and dependence. It can be argued that one of the most interesting and powerful aspects of Played Against Him concern how Woody Allen and Diane Keaton, as the characters Alan Felix and Linda Christie, develop a relationship that responds to the kind of sexual ambivalence Freud describes. They are sexual counterparts. Linda cultivates and brings out the feminine in Felix's character, while Felix prefers to the love Linda lacks and encourages her to move beyond passivity and become more aggressive in articulating her emotional and personal needs as a woman and wife. Beneath the awkwardness and insecurity of their initial lovemaking rests the more basic uncertainty of sexuality and gender roles as definitions. Felix overcompensates for the feminine part as of his nature by fantasizing about ridiculous notions of exaggerated masculine sexual power, sexual prose, in the form of the Bogart hero. Linda, on the other hand, failing to deal with her husband's neglect, internalizes her anger and frustration by developing a deep sense of inadequacy, insecurity, and guilt. Expressing the feminine side of his nature makes Felix a man to and with her, while also inspiring her to act and develop a voice and persona of her own. Felix's unconscious ambivalence achieves humorous but definite expression in a crucial paraphrasis or misstatement that, according to Freud, reveals latent or repressed wishes and fears. It occurs while Linda and Felix are at the discotheque. Felix is widely attracted to a young girl on the dance floor. Significantly, Felix links his feelings toward her with a comment about his mother. "She's a doll. I will sell my mother to the Arabs for that girl." As Linda urges him to dance with her, Felix says, "I love you, miss, however you are. I want to have your child." Of course, the statement could easily be dismissed as the product of nervous overstimulation, but in fact, it advances what could be called the feminine side of his nature, to be possessed, to be alive, and to nurture, which has been presented throughout the film. Instead of perpetuating sexist attitude, he's seen as a miniature of the entire film undermines conventional attitudes. Visually, the scene says one thing. Felix once again agonizes over a beautiful woman. The language, however, subverts that sexual intention, revealing disguised desires, while his relationship with Linda contradicts the Bogart ideology of insensitive male aggressiveness. Thus, the cinetext also delineates a counter-ideology of love and vulnerability that the unconscious both requires and represses. In Played Against Them, love, as Freud will have it, does not solve the problems of human relationships or absolve one of guilt for committing wrong, but it does help one to mature. Love enables Felix to escape the endless repetition of his family romance and to overcome his obsession with Bogart in order to become his own man. As Felix says, "I'm short enough and ugly enough to succeed by myself." Learning to live with himself rather than by imitating false models, Felix really confronts aspects of his character that are hidden but frightening sources of strength. Similarly, Linda makes a major decision to return to her husband, Dick, using language that can be interpreted as blatantly suggestive of Freud's insights into sexuality. Moreover, Felix and Linda also fulfill Freud's prophecy that as individuals, all we can ever achieve is the transformation of hysterical misery into common unhappiness. Yet great social, cultural, and artistic changes have occurred. A reconstruction of character and experience has transpired before our eyes. Both the interior and exterior narrators of Played Against Him have been transformed. Felix declares his readiness to stand alone, while Woody Allen emerges as a figure of major importance. Felix walks off into the fog to find his destiny. In the play version, which this makes the form of a new girl, Woody in turn goes off to achieve new levels of acclaim and recognition in Annie Hall. Abandoning Bogart becomes more than a personal triumph, but a cultural transition as well. Two, desire and narrativity in Annie Hall. At the origin of narrative desire, writes Roland Barthes, saving his for the end of the sentence. Partly because of Barthes' influence, this theory of the fusion of desire and narrativity has become central for many critics and students of literature and cinema, especially those who tend to emphasize the connection between semiotics and psychoanalysis. According to this theory, narrativity as the organization of the processes of sign production and subjectivity in cinema originates in the Oedipal experience of sexual difference. Desire, the establishment of sexual differences through the displacement of the unconscious upon language and symbols, finds itself in narrative. Desire and narrative function together as two ineluctable parts of the same process of the unending search for self and identity. All narrative emerges out of the basic, most personal of stories involving the interaction between conscious forces and culture. Thus, Teresa and Lauretti sees desire as a function of narrative and narrativity as a process engaging that desire. She writes, the work of narrative then is a mapping of differences and specifically first and foremost of sexual difference into each text. In this formulation, desire, narrativity, and Oedipus operate interdependently and intertextually, thereby effecting an important movement of post-Freudian critical theory from drives and ego relations to language and signs. Oedipus provides the basis for character development, while the Freudian narrative of repression and return enables us to talk about the unspeakable and to see in disguised form the desire that remains hidden from personal consciousness and the moral imagination. The relationship of narrative and desire to feminine and masculine gender construction remains a basic concern in feminist and psychoanalytical theories of cinema. Both men and women are formed in this relationship between desire and narrative, as the Lauretti says. While Oedipus, in He Who Answers the Riddle Posed by the Sphinx, Freud stands in both places at once, for he first formulates, defines the questions and then answers it. And we shall see that his question that what is femininity act precisely at the impulse he desired that will generate a narrative, the story of femininity, or how a female child with a bisexual disposition becomes a little girl and then a woman. The special relationship between desire and narrative, as described by the laureates, in which desire operates as a function of narrativity and narrativity in turn processes desire, can be found in Annie Hall, 1977, which Allen co-authored with Marshall Brigman. In the first place, the opening speech by Alvy Singer and the scenes that follow it exemplify the complex nature of narrativity in contemporary discourse. We move from Alvy Singer's direct address to the audience to a sequence of scenes that thrusts a radical dislocation of chronological order on us. Such chronological dislocation characterizes the entire film's treatment of time and space. Thus, in these four scenes, we go directly from Alvy's address to a visit during his childhood to the family doctor, to his childhood home allegedly under a Coney Island roller coaster, to a boardwalk scene, to a bumper car concession, to his schoolroom, and brief biographies of his classmates in which the children announce what will happen to them in the future, to a TV screen that shows Alvy as an adult on a talk show with Dick Cavett, back to Alvy's house as a youth, and then to a scene from the assumed present with Alvy and his best friend Rob, played by Tony Roberts, walking on a Manhattan street. Significantly, in this last scene, we hear Alvy and Rob but do not immediately see them because they are walking toward the camera from a distance on the street that is beyond the camera's range. This promiscuous use of time and space in Annie Hall drastically alters the ordinary order of events and the traditional spatial connection of happenings of conventional story format and structure. The pattern of dislocation of the absence of a rigid pattern exemplifies the distinction contemporary critics make between history, the order of events to which a story refers, and narrative discourse, the events presented in the discourse as organized by plot. Moreover, Alvy's narration dramatizes a crucial point that Peter Brooks makes about the relationship between history and narrative discourse. The events of the history or diegesis seems to have most importance because they supposedly really occurred. They therefore have priority over and make possibly those events that go into the plot or discourse mimesis. However, the events of the history actually are themselves a mental construction that the reader, or in the case of a film such as Annie Hall, the viewer is in significantly different ways learns through discourse or mimesis. In other words, what really happened or what we really see comes to us as narrative. The real events of history are dependent on the ability to put those events into narrative discourse. As Brooks states, this connection between histoire and narratives by no means invalidates the distinction itself, which is central to our thinking about narrative and necessary to its analysis, since it allows us to juxtapose two models of order, and in the juxtaposing to see how ordering takes place. In all this case, the seemingly chaotic temporal and spatial activities of the narrative underscores the uncertainty of the diegesis, or what supposedly really happened, including growing up under a roller coaster, and therefore demonstrates the important relationship between these two aspects of or modes of narrative. Annie Hall so startled and delighted audiences when it first appeared, partly because of Allen's existing manipulation of this inherent tension between diegesis and mimesis. This narrative tension in the film also prefers something of an artistic declaration of the work's independence and importance. It insists upon a denial of artistic and creative closure, and further demands the kind of continual analysis and reinterpretation expected of serious cinema and arts.
Allen also explores the dichotomy between diegesis and mimesis in The Purple Rose of Cairo, 1985, in which a lonely woman named Cecilia returns so often to a local theater to watch a movie that the film's main character steps out of the screen to get to know her. Their subsequent romance and comic adventure collapse the boundary between fantasy and reality, and constitute an important statement about the power of mass media over the individual and public. However, the situation of the movie also dramatizes the distinction between narrative discourse and histoire in terms for Cecilia of fantasy and fiction, and these terms come to dominate her understanding of the world. For Cecilia, intertextuality is not a complex theory of reading and interpretation, but a way of life. The combination of fantasy and self-referential textuality in Cecilia's narrative makes her experience comparable to the world of dreams. Dreams, Freud would seem to suggest, dramatically relax the differences between histoire and narrative discourse through their apparent emphasis on fiction and illusion as a means for perceiving reality. Through the interpretation of what Freud called the dream texts and the analysis of the analysand, one constructs an understanding of the events that theoretically helped the formation of the dream. The work through the narrative of the dream, which is already part of a process of secondary revision to relate the manifest material of the dream to an individual sense of reality. In Freudian interpretations, dreams are by definition dislocated and disordered psychic events, and relate to experiences that are in turn also dislocated and disordered in the unconscious. So natural order of events obtains for dream narratives. Time, history, and space also are severally fractured in the relationship to the unconscious and the formation of the dream. Thus, it will appear that the natural tendency of histoire towards creating the illusion of reality, which it really derives from narrative, seems somewhat abated. To paraphrase Barthes, in dreams the code of interpretation or enigma seems to dominate the code of action. Dreams not only emphasize the importance of narrative, discourse, and interpretation, but also dramatize the centrality of desire to narrative. For Freud, of course, sexuality and desire are key to the formation of dreams. Similarly, desire drives events into narrative structure. Desire facilitates the interaction between histoire and narrative, and between action and interpretation. Desire puts the body and the unconscious into our organization of events, defining inherently unsatisfied and unsatisfiable desire as a perpetual one form of satisfaction that cannot be offered in reality. Brooks maintaining desire's ineluctable connection to narrative. And reading, he says, is a form of desire that becomes a textual erotics. Narrative embodies and structures desire in the force of desire's drive toward completion or an end, while events intensely strive toward organization through narrative. Narrative in turn yearns for the meaning of an ending. The desire of the text, the desire of reading, is hence desire for the end, but desire for the end reaches only through the at least minimally complicated detour. The intentional deviance, intention, which is the plot of narrative. The desire of the text is ultimately the desire of the end. For that recognition, which is the moment of the death of the reader in the text. Moreover, just as histoire entails a working out of events through narrative, so also all narrative constitutes an anticipation of retrospection. The nature of narration to be a repetitive, recapitulative mechanism compels narrative to use desire as its vehicle for failed completion and impossible fulfillment. Accordingly, all narrative involves at least some degree of a journey through unconscious desire in an attempt to revisit and reinterpret the origins of narrative desire. Retrospective desire satisfies itself in the recall and recounting of unobtainable objects. The theory of the complex relationship of desire, narrative and language achieves wonderful simplicity and clarity in the visual and verbal humor of Alice Annie Hall. The inherent desire of narrative for an ending manifests itself about 2/3 of the way into Alvy Singer's opening monologue. Annie and I broke up, and I still can't get my mind out around that. Thus, Alvy gives us the ending of the story before he really gets started into the process of telling it. The anticipation of retrospection becomes clear in the attempt through repetition to understand the significance of this failed love relationship. The eruption of this thought about Annie from the midst of so much seemingly irrelevant material dramatizes the existence of latent desires and replicates in the text the tension of the unconscious in Alvy. Significantly, the subject of the outburst involves desire. For Annie, in the spirit of desire and psychoanalysis, the narrative goes forward by going backward over Alvy's past in his personal history of desire. He takes us through his childhood to one of his four kisses and one of his first encounters with rejection by the opposite sex. Alvi as a child exclaims, I was just expressing a healthy sexual curiosity, to which the precious girl says, for God's sakes, Alvi, even Freud speaks of latency period. Alvi answers, well, I never had the latency period. I can help it. Critics of Allen recognize the importance of narrative desire to his work, but see it as operating in the service of sexism and as perpetuating patriarchy. Thus, Richard Feldstein seems somewhat startled as well as disappointed in Allen when he writes, Woody Allen's most celebrated film, Annie Hall, was named for the female protagonist, a part for which Diane Keaton received an Oscar. In order to establish Annie's position, Allen encouraged the subject spectator to identify with her, but only within the confines of narrative desire. Feldstein sadly notes that Allen remains at the center of the narrative in spite of the film's title. Trace its code of narrative arrangement and you will find that Annie Hall is not about its namesake, because the primary sequence of events depict Alvy's life, not Annie's. Although Annie is a historical subject who processes through perceptible transformations, each passage is supervised by Alvy as part of his tutorial. For Feldstein, Allen's use of the gaze includes Keaton within the intentionality of narrative design, primarily to entrap the viewer in a cinematic look controlled by the apparatus. Allen's purported sexism in this interpretation is just part of his overall attempt through cinema to manipulate the spectator viewer and control the experience and meaning of his films. Humor, usually at the expense of women, meditates conceptualized lack, thereby radically taming humor's revolutionary potential. Feldstein's critical perspective of Allen as incorrigible sexist, self-centered, and conservative remains consistent with the ideological stance that he establishes for the very beginning of his essay. In a world where Oliver North is viewed as a hero and Robert Bork promoted as an unbiased, even a political nominee to the Supreme Court, it seems fitting that members of the liberal intelligentsia will celebrate Allen as a man who loves and understands women. To believe such reviews, however, we must develop a convincing amnesia like John Poindexter's, allowing us to discuss Allen's early films in which women become specular icons in a circuit of desire which repeatedly shifted its focus to the subject's scaffolding and the modern day Schlemiel that Allen invariably portrayed. Nebbish intellectually developed and verbally adept, but sexually ineffectual if not absurd. The self-righteousness of Feldstein's rigid ideological position will seem to rather to shatter the humorous drive behind Allen's work. Such criticism of Allen's place in American culture inevitably must exclude the subversive potential of his films. Seeing
Allen's humor primarily as a means for imposing restraints upon the moral and political imagination of his audience. Feinstein maintains that even in his so-called avant-garde films, Allen only plays to widespread prejudice in a way that sustains sexism and the status quo. The extremism Feinstein's attack encompasses the range of radical perspectives on Allen's work. It also typifies how an important critical language and school can be used to discount authorial intent as well as opposing views. For example, disregarding the psychological and social dimension of Allen's character and work, Feinstein's term specular icon suggests sexual confusion and paranoia. It reduced the complexity of Allen's film to a critical and ideological cliché and discounts Allen's experimentation with the subjectivity of the viewer. Feinstein's language indicates a repressive perspective that could include Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Rodin. In other words, in its failure to establish clear critical criteria between art and exploitation, this attack on Allen could be directed against many expressions of both female nudity and sexuality. The self-centeredness that so offends some of Allen's critics is often a given in his work and a basic operation assumption in Annie Hall. In terms of the film's purposes and intentions, the firm adherence of Annie Hall to Alvy Singer's consciousness can be considered a major success, starting with the opening monologue in which Alvy reveals his inner thoughts to the audience. The film invigorates the viewer into a position that supports the centrality of Alvy as the developing subject within the film's narrative. Moreover, at the levels of both action and interpretation, much of the movie sustains the ideas set forth in the monologue. As already noted, the narrative of the film works as a recapitulation of the end, both the end of their relationship and the end of the story, a story of memory and retrospection. Annie Hall dramatizes a return via narrative desire to the repressed and the unconscious in a manner similar to psychoanalysis. Accordingly, more important than the rather obvious degree of Allen's narcissistic proclivities in Annie Hall are the exploration of various forms of subjectivity in the film through Allen's complex method of scrutinizing narrative desire. Narrative desire in Annie Hall initiates and sustains a process of forming and then deconstructing the figure of Alvin Singer for the purpose of undermining the kind of privileged perspective and voice of authority that some critics see and hear in his work. The monologue that launches Annie Hall also instigates the special relationship between humor and desire that develops the modes of narrative in the film. In my view, visual and verbal humor give Annie Hall its force to subvert and reconstruct conventional modes of thought and gender constructions, which helps explain why radical critics of Allen often seem immune to his humor. In brief, Allen's humor energizes narrative desire to effectively invade conventional perceptions and experiences of reality, and to explore new experiences and forms of creativity. Allen quickly confronts the importance of narrative desire to his work by making immediate references to Freud and psychoanalysis. This train of references to Freud and psychoanalysis throughout Annie Hall establishes a kind of meta-commentary
suggesting the power of over narrative of the Freudian masterplot of the unconscious and desire. The perennial theme of Freud and psychoanalysis in Annie Hall constitutes a self-conscious assertion of how humor and narrative desire will work together in this film to break down reform perceptions and ideas. Moreover, Allen's use of the relationship between Freud and humor forms a pattern of skepticism towards surface meaning that compels further interpretation, just as a creative dialogue between the modes of histoire and narrative discourse forestall closure. So Freud and psychoanalysis in Allen's films invite continuous re-examination and interpretation. It is no accident that Woody Allen begins Annie Hall with a reference to a joke by Freud in Jokes and their relation to the unconscious. Ends it with another joke involving a psychiatrist and a patient, and in between includes innumerable allusions to and jokes about psychoanalysis. While these references indicate the pervasiveness of Freud in Allen's work, another joke provides an example of how humor and the unconscious operate in the film. In the scene already mentioned in which Alvy and Rob walk down a Manhattan street, Alvy at first is hurt but not seen, rendering a portentous whine about presumed anti-Semitic remark. He says, "Is distinctly heard it." He muttered under his breath, "Jew." Rob, of course, doubts Alvy and calls him a total paranoid. How am I a parent? Well, I pick up on those kind of things. I was having lunch with some guys from NBC, so I said, did you eat yet or what? And Tom Christie said, no, dicho, no, not did you dicho eat, Jew, not, no, did you eat, but Jew eat, Jew, you get it, Jew eat. The joke is funny, is in part because it casts doubt on all the participants, while the overall sensitivity and highly imaginative Alvy dramatizes unconscious anxieties with his comment. Rob's resistance reveals his own tendency to avoid unpleasantness. Also, this joke demonstrates how Allen handles such a painful and controversial subject as anti-Semitism by both presenting and disarming it through humor. Throughout the film, Allen suggests the reality of anti-Semitism. The indirection of the joke softens the pain but heightens the reality of anti-Semitism by appearing to distance it from everyone except Alvy, while in fact the joke's very ambiguity encircles the other characters, the author, and the audience. The event described in the joke emanates from Alvy's deep-seated fears but touches everyone else as well. The joke comes in the midst of a tide of Freudian references that suggests currents of unconscious drives and doubts. Rob's comment regarding Alvy's paranoia follows the opening joke about Freud. Alvy's revelation that my analyst says I exaggerate my childhood memories, a judgment confirmed by Alvy's recollection of being raised underneath the Coney Island roller coaster, and the schoolgirl who scolds Alvy for failing to experience the latency period. It made considerable sense for Allen to be fascinated by Freud since his humor and his interpretation of experience so clearly reflects Freud's insights into the relationship between jokes and the unconscious. Jokes are like dreams, according to Freud, because they give expressions to desirable elements that are usually prevented from entering consciousness. In addition, jokes are structured by same mechanisms that explain the operation of dreams. These mechanisms include condensation, which compares to the way metaphors relate different symbols and images; displacement, which operates like metonymy, metonymy in associating one term with another when connected to it; and indirect representation, which suggests meaning through symbolic interpretation. Freud writes, "We found that characteristics and effects of jokes are linked with certain forms of expression or technical methods, among which the most striking are condensation, displacement, and indirect representation. Does not this agreement suggest the conclusion that the joke work and dream work must, at least in some essential respects, be identical? Of the physical processes in jokes, the part that is hidden for us is precisely what happens during the formation of a joke in the first person. Shall we not yield on the temptation to construct that process on the analogy of the formation of a dream?" Allen happily yields to precisely such a temptation in Annie Hall when Annie relates to Alvy how she described a dream to her psychoanalyst. In Alvy, "In my dream, Frank Sinatra is holding his pillow across my face and I can't breathe." Alvy associates her own singing with the dream and repressed the obvious meaning. However, Annie's psychoanalyst already had hinted at the truth. She said, "Your name was Alvy Singer." The shared processes of dreams and jokes merge beautifully as Annie reveals one more aspect of her dream that also illustrates Freud's idea of dreams as visual representations of words or ideas. "Because in the dream I break Sinatra's glasses." Alvy can no longer resist the meaning. "Sinatra had glass. You never said Sinatra had glasses. So what are you saying, that I am suffocating you?" Even as Alvy confronts the truth, he avoids and represses it with a joke that follows about Annie's implied desire to castrate the singer in the dream. Alvy's dramatic analysis of Annie's dream, dramatic because it evolves through dialogue and a histrionic exchange of inner doubts and tensions, constitutes an extremely original and effective model for interpreting the film. In Annie Hall, Allen constructs sense in a manner comparable to the conformation of dreams and jokes, so that visual, verbal, and literary signs function together to achieve a new complexity of meaning. Proffering visual versions of condensation, displacement, and indirect representation, Allen in Annie Hall devises a visual humor of great intelligence, originality, and charm. He surpasses the humor of earlier films by developing a visual dimension for dramatizing the tension between manifest and latent meanings. True, in many scenes, the film serves merely as a stage for Woody Allen, the comedian, to send for verbal witticism or gags, the merging of commentary and dissent into dysentery. His claim that everything our parents said was good is bad, sun, milk, red meat, college. The analysis of Annie's dream, but describe it to cite just a few among innumerable other examples. Nevertheless, in scene after scene, we get a visual reinvention of reality through a humorous juxtaposition of hidden meanings with external manifestations of desire. Annie Hall stands as Allen's so-called breakthrough movies, what Graham McCann calls a watershed, because Allen so creatively and so completely fuses his visual imagination to the verbal humor of the film's narrative. Also, Nancy Pogel writes, "What happens in Annie Hall is what we experience more than in earlier Allen films, a feeling for the burden of history, the sophisticated self-consciousness, and the accompanying anxiety that contemporary people carry into their search for love, integrity, and meaning." The visual inventiveness of the film dramatically and powerfully propels narrative desire to develop a complex art of many levels of interpretation. Thus, in terms of its radical approach to visual creativity and to the construction of gender and character, Annie Hall continues the artistic and intellectual advance achieved in Played Against Him. Some examples from early scenes in the film of Allen's visual imagination probably are worth mentioning immediately. The house under the roller coaster evokes a surrealist, modernistic rendering of contemporary insanity. The lineup of teachers in Alvis' remembrance of his school typifies a child's nightmare of a rogues gallery of pedagogical torturers. Perhaps most interesting, visually speaking, is the famous Marshall McLuhan. The famous Marshall McLuhan scene in which Alvy and Annie stand and wait in a movie line. The annoyance of the line increases the tension between the couple, and thus the loud and pretentious discussion by a man in the line who harangues his companion with his opinions about movies as a self-inflated and self-consumed intellectual. The man typifies a familiar target of Allen's ego-shattering humor. Like the scenes that preceded it of Alvis' youth and background, this scene also challenges a strict adherence to conventional cinematic realism. Not just the man in line, but Alvy and Annie as well speak too loudly. Elvis running commentary on the conversation of the man will be overheard immediately. They are presumably so close that Alvy whines, "Well, he's spitting on my neck. You know, he is spitting on my neck when he talks." Any pretense of traditional realism, and when Alvy finally turns again to the audience, what do you do when you get stuck in a movie line with a guy like this behind you? In defense, the professor then also appeals to the audience. Thus, when Marshall McLuhan suddenly appears from off-screen to satisfy Alvin's desire to the ultimate authority with which to demolish the academic, the audience, without realizing it, has been a setup for his wonderfully visual but absolutely unbelievable joke. Moreover, as McCann notes, the importance of McLuhan's words derive from their utter incoherence. What is so devastating about Marshall McLuhan's magical appearance is not his actual presence, but the pathetic submission
of the boar when McLuhan talks complete gibberish at him. McLuhan says, You know nothing of my work. You mean my whole fallacy is wrong. Such nonsense suggests our unconscious awareness of how all of us, but most especially academics and intellectuals, and even artists, including Allen himself, are vulnerable to public deflation and embarrassment as a consequence of pretensions and ambitions. The scene with McLuhan also is important because its visual inventiveness, the magical appearance of McLuhan in McCann's words, conveys much of Allen's attitudes and philosophy towards language and narrative. For Allen, language, even when used by a genius such as McLuhan, ultimately fails. In Allen's work, language is tentative and incomplete. It expresses void and absence in its most energetic attempts to achieve totality and wholeness. The most vigorous language becomes important for what it suggests of hidden thought and desire. Allen's dialogue, which we noted was co-written in this case with Marshall Brigman, remarkably replicates the uncertainty of everyday speech, the pause and gaps of deep insecurity, of latent fears and wishes. In contrast to a typical Hollywood drama, Allen's speakers constantly falter and verge on a stutter. For Allen, the truth clearly comes closest to the gap in language and speech. At the end of Annie Hall, we see a scene from a play written by Alvey about relationship with Annie, in which the actor and actress speak with a coherence, ordered syntax, and unity that are absent in the movie itself. You are a thinking person. How can you choose this lifestyle? And then we see Alvey smiling at the innocence and naivety of his own work. What do you want? It was my first play, undermining the earnestness and false sincerity of the play within the play. Alvey smiled and speaks volumes about the dangers inherent in authentic language and the difficulty of using language well. Even Alvey's opening monologue is constructed out of gaps, stutters, and pauses. There's an old joke. Oh, two elderly women, other and and several I-us, or follow. Allen invents a stuttering poetics of insecurity, a poetics that suggests a world of unknown meanings and realities. Allen's humor renders and exploits this insecurity. The hilarity of the indefinite speech gets at least part of its large from the gaps of confidence and uncertainty such speech suggests. Thus, Allen's dialogue manifests the kind of slippage and separation of meaning that Freudian students of language insist prevails in all discourse and signifying systems. Allen's visual inventiveness adds a deeper dimension to such slippage without creating an artificial or false coherence. The dialogue between Annie and Alvey when they first meet exhibits such slippage and dramatizes the need for imaginative direction and visualization to contribute to the rendering of their love affair. Significantly, this dialogue at their first meeting occurs after we already have met Annie and Alvi and know much about them as individuals and about their relationship. We have seen them argue in the movie theater and fight elsewhere, as well as be affectionate together. And we have watched them go back and observe her relationship with a previous boyfriend, and though viewing her past through their own personal camera, a technique used with extraordinary effect and poignancy later in the movie when they return to Rob to visit Alvy's family, or ironically in the retrospective visit with Annie's old boyfriend, the young man talks in a rather sophomoric way about acting as a visual poem, a metaphor that in fact can apply to Allen's own mature cinematic style. More important, the dichotomy that we discussed earlier between the actual order of events and the narrative order reinforces the inherent tension of uncertainty and the unknown in the film's visual and verbal language. In the scene between Alvy and Ali under consideration, in the scene between Alvy and Annie under consideration, language becomes chaotic. Brilliantly acted by Diane Keaton and supported by Allen, they sing thoroughly, disrupts and distorts coherent discourse. Signifiers and the signified are in complete disarray. Words and sentences are divorced from their apparent meanings. Yet, although Annie and Alvy come close to a prelinguistic level of communication, only a matter of degree rather that kind separates the use of language in this scene from its use in other scenes. Upon seeing Alvis after tennis, Annie says, "Hi, hi, hi," to which he responds, "Hi, oh, hi, hi." And she says, "Well, bye." After Alvi compliments Annie upon her tennis game, she fades into total confusion. "Oh God, what a..." making sounds and laughing. "What a dumb thing to say, right? I mean, you said you play well, and right away I have to say, well, oh God, Annie." She gestures with her hand. "Well, oh well, la la de da la de da la la da." When Alvin then asks, "Who you wanna lift?" Everything that follows means the opposite, including which of them has a car and what direction they each are taking. The difficulties with conversation persist in the following scene in Annie's apartment. The most conspicuous example being Annie's remark that her grandmother, Grammy Hall, would call Alvy a real Jew. Annie seems totally oblivious to the insensitivity and impact of her words. Yeah, well, she hates Jews. She thinks that they just make money, but let me tell you, I mean, she's the one. Yeah, is she ever? I'm telling you. The vacuous nature of Annie's and Alvy's speech and conversation requires them to develop other means of communication to support any possibility for a meaningful relationship. In the earlier scene following the tennis game, visual support comes from Annie's distinctive style of dress, the wonderful body language of both actors, such as Keaton's brilliant psychical depictions of insecurity, as well as other devices, including a phallic tennis racket in Alvy's bag that almost hits Annie in the groin. In Annie's apartment, the visual support comes from Alan's engaging use of subtitles to convey Annie's and Alvy's inner thoughts. In a marvelous exchange about Annie's photographs, Alvy begins to sound like the academic he detested in the movie line. He starts to babble about the need for a set of aesthetic criteria to emerge from photography as a new art form, but his hidden thoughts consider what she looks like naked. When Annie's innocent attempt to understand him deflates him with his honesty, Alvy suddenly looks nervous and his language grows truly pretentious and false. She says, aesthetic criteria, you mean whether it good photo or not? Meaning I'm not smart enough for him hanging there. He nervously answered, the media enters in as a condition of the art from itself, in the art form itself. That's meaning I don't know what I'm saying. She says I'm shallow. In this sense, the vacancy of language requires Alan's visual imagination, not to add a false certainty or artificial truth to the scene, but to provide depth and breadth to the basic issue of presenting and articulating narrative desire. Both the subtitles and incoherent and disjointed dialogue dramatize the discontinuous nature of experience and the ineluctable tension between language and the unconscious in the attempt to organize and order experience. Visual representation and language place the unconscious in the very structure of the film in a way that suggests permanent destabilization and disunity. At the same time, the film does suggest a degree of progress, partly because of Alvy's influence upon her, and it does learn to use language more effectively, at least in terms of achieving her independence and advancing her career. Annie's acquisition of more developed and coherent speech often evidences itself in rebellious exchanges with Alvy, a psychoanalytically accurate way of relating her growth and her independence from Alvy. This relationship of language, power, and dependence is clear when Annie furiously responds to catching Alvy spying on her. She uses Alvy's own language against him. Yeah, well, you wanted to keep the relationship flexible, remember? Is your phrase. Returning to school at Alvy's suggestion, she angrily corrects Alvy's childishly jealous attempt to belittle her when he misstates the title of her adult education course as essential motives in Russian literature. You are really close. Accordingly, Alan's visual imagination in Annie Hall does not supplant linguistic and literary creativity. The visual and literary work together. One scene in the movie illustrates this process and works as a commentary on how the visual image and verbal expression complement each other in Alan's creative imagination. In these scenes, it's a beautiful sunny day in the Central Park, and Annie Hall and Alvy observe the people and the events. In effect, we see the park through their combined vision. More specifically, the scene is so composed as to give the impression of looking through a stationary camera that captures everything that enters its view in absolute photographic and cinematic realism. However, Alvy's voiceover constitutes a runic description to the action, events, and people, and a commentary that turns what John Dos Passos years ago dubbed the camera eye into into art. Yeah, he's the mafia linen supply business or cement and contract. You know what I mean. Perhaps it should be repeated here once again that although Allen co-authored the screenplay with Brickman, the marvelous combination of Allen's direction along with his work on the script makes this uniquely his film. In the most powerful and significant moments of the movie, visual and literary modes advance Annie Hall's complex narrative desire by repeating the story of the impossibility of completion and total unity. At one point in the film, when Annie and Alvy temporarily reconcile following an anticipatory break in their affair, Annie says, "Alvy, let's never break up again. I don't wanna be apart." And he responds, "Oh, no, no, I think we're both much too mature for something like that." In point of fact, however, the film really is about precisely that, breaking up, being apart, and never overcoming emotional dependence and need. The breakups between people, between visual and linguistic signs and signifiers, and between the modes of narrative and histoire in our understanding of experience comprise the heart of Annie Hall. Several scenes are especially important in their suggestion of such separation. They mark the progress of narrative desire in the cinetest toward the final breakup of the lovers that Alvy pronounces at the very beginning of the film. The complexity and impossibility of the human desire for total unity and completion comes through come through with humor and significance in the lovemaking scene in the country. Alone together in the country house, Annie mentions the possibility of going to a party. "Hey, listen, what do you think? Do you think we should go to that party in the Southampton tonight?" Alvy of course resists, waiting her undivided attention and admiration. "No, don't be silly. What what do we need other people for?" In effect, the situation dramatizes the dilemma of all lovers trying to incorporate the world within themselves and their relationship, and his instinctive resistance to such domination foreshadows their eventual breakup, as does their mutual need for sustain for sustenance from others for their perennially impoverished egos. The separation of Annie's inner self, ghost-like, from her body during lovemaking provides the startling and original visual personification of their incipient separation, even in the midst of their most intimate moments with each other. Feelings Annie to be removed and sort of distant, Alvy finally notices her spirit observing the couple in bed. You see, that's what I call remove it. Ironically, the scene following this acting out of existential separation and emotional distancing concern Alvy's attempt to achieve wholeness in other area in his life by writing and performing his own material. Alvy's success obviously attracts Annie and leads him into what probably stands at the movie's most famous scene of alienation and disunity, the Eastern dinner at Annie's house, too reminiscent of poor Alexander Portnoy's visit to the Campbells for Christmas in Philip Roth's Portnoy's Complaint.
The opening line spoken by Annie's mother, beautifully played by Colin Dewhurst, captures the milieu and values of the Hall's all-American suburban home and the family Latin social class, ethnic and psychological disconform over Alvis' Jewishness. It's a nice ham this year, Mom. In these scenes, Allen pulls out all of his visual verbal stops. There is the image in Alvis' mind that instantly catches what he knows to be in a Grammy Hall's mind. He is now dressed in the long black coat and hat of the Orthodox Jew, complete with mustache and beard. Then the failed attempts at humor in his response to Mom's reference to his 15 years in psychoanalysis amounts to an expression of the guilt and loathing he assumes they feel toward him. Yes, I'm making excellent progress. Pretty soon, when I lie down on his couch, I won't have to wear the lobster bib. Of course, Mom Hall reacts by sipping from her glasses and frowning. Grammy continues to star. In this diner scene, Allen once again violates traditional cinematic realism when Alvy directly addresses the audience to describe the family, a ploy that subtly conveys Alice's psychological separation from the situation. His characterization of the grandmother as a classic Jew hater and his description of the family as the epitome of being American, again, an interesting repetition of Portnoy's dilemma, helps to distance him from the hostile situation. The address to the audience also establishes and then bridges the distance between Annie's and Alvis' families. Here, Allen inventively uses a split-screen technique to contrast the two families. The visual and verbal humor seems strongest when Mom Hall actually speaks to the people in the Alvi family frame. However, the humor operates according to the classic Freudian model already described as a disguise for latent aggressions and fears, which Alvi and Annie situated psychologically in the middle. The tension and differences between the indelicacy, exuberance, verbosity, and animation of the lower middle class Jews on one side of the screen as opposed to the reticent, tight-lipped, slightly inebriated, sterile chatter of Annie's All-Americans on the other side becomes manifest and palpable. The presentation of Dwayne, Annie's brother, played with great skill and control by Christopher Walken, sustains and fulfills the impetus of the dinner scene. Dwayne's psychotic death witch fantasy of an auto collision in which he has this sudden impulse to turn the wheel quickly head on into the oncoming car indicates that this family's external appearance of American Gentile and reserved dissembles elements of tension and alienation that exist at its core. Dwayne says, "I can anticipate the explosion, the sound of shattering glass, the flames rising out of the flowing gasoline." Once again, Allen's visual ingenuity evidence itself in the next scene when Dwan drives Alvy and Annie to the airport in a pouring rain. Annie sits smiling bemusedly but happily between Alvi, whose facial expression shows utter desperation and anguish, and Dwayne, who drives with intense concentration, looking through creating windshield wiper that exacerbate the tension. Obviously, that insanity and chaos are the will, while Annie seems oblivious to the situation, and Alvi, feeling helplessly trapped, anticipates catastrophe. In one final humorous shot that concludes this sequence, we go from Alvi's terrified face to the picture of Duan driving through a red line on this raining soaked night. Fittingly, in terms of the development of narrative desire in the film, the next scene of a different day opens with a quarrel that clearly indicates the beginning of the end of Annie and Alvis' love affair. The power of the humor in all of these scenes dramatically develop character and human relationship testifies to Allen's growth as a director and writer in this film. Other scenes in Annie Hall are also important for visual and verbal originality, juxtaposing scenes that humorously convey Alvis' contradictory attitudes and ideas, addressing strangers or the street about his affairs, reproducing the love affair through cartoon imagination, attempting to capture lost love with a woman who won't laugh over wandering up lobsters, contrasting Hollywood's commercialism with New York's aesthetic creed, using the split screen against during Annie's and Alvis' separate therapy sessions, convey their conflicting perspectives on their relationship and to anticipate their impending breakup, suggesting the growing importance in Annie's life of a new love interest in the form of a rock singer, Tony Lassie. These all maintain the visual and dramatic originality of the film. However, one scene seems especially important in its relationship to narrative desire in this film. This concerns the return of Alvi, Annie, and Rob to Alvi's family. Geographically, they move into the different cultural and psychological environment of Brooklyn, but they also go back historically to an earlier time. The three sickly enter into the world of Alvis' youth and family. In retrospect, they nostalgically visit parents, relatives, friends, and culture long gone. The scene, which functions like a dream or fantasy, is cleverly constructed visually. In one room, in the foreground, Alvis' parents fight over the problem of a black maid who apparently steals from them. In the middle of the frame, a young Alvi lies on the floor, feigning disinterest in the latest altercation between his parents. At the top of the picture, in an adjoining room, the adult Alvi and his friends observe the whole scene. Alvi's psychical bearing, actions and facial distortions all clearly indicate the pain and embarrassment he feels over his embattled parents. A reaction that also powerfully implies the deep-seated but hidden impact of the scene upon the younger Alvi. From a psychoanalytic perspective, the juxtaposition of the younger and older Alvi strongly suggests the permanent presence in our everyday life, in
in our everyday lives of hidden forms of our infantile and adolescent pasts. Alvis shouts into the scenes, "You're both crazy," to which Rod responds, "They can hear you, Max," using his personal nickname for Alvy. Perhaps the message amounts to little more than a Brooklyn version of "You can't go home again." However, it also can be argued that the visual power of the scene suggests more than mere nostalgia for the past. Allen renders a visual confirmation of his theme, disjunction, disunity, displacement, placing narrative desire in the context of the relationship between histoire and discourse. The scene suggests the structural impossibility of desire's fulfillment. In essence, by returning to the family toward the end of the narrative, Allen takes us back to the origins of desire. We see that the roots of Annie's and Alvy's desire emanate from an untouchable source in the past. This scene of return confirms the suggestion of the film's other family scenes of the permanent power of parental relationships over character formation. The family as an unconscious element of desire engenders the displacements onto the present and the projection toward the future of a past that remains forever disguised in receding signs and symbols. Up to that point in Allen's career, Annie Hall was his most exciting and innovative exploration of the process of narrative desire, a considerable technical, artistic and intellectual achievement. Annie Hall opened the way for other films in which Allen finally would break from the narcissism that so bothers some critics. With Annie as the visible object of desire, Annie Hall from beginning to end focuses on Alvy's unappeasable desire, thereby confirming concerns about the masculine nature of narrative desire. Even while Allen continues to project that started in play against him of undermining conventional forms and structure of masculinity and femininity. However, in film that followed Annie Hall, the perspective broadens to include deeper appreciation for an understanding of other characters, both male and female, until he finally achieves an ultimate goal for himself, the making of great films about women. 3. Manhattan. Evil in the sense of willful and conscious malevolence usually has not intruded upon the words of Woody Allen, probably not until Crimes and Misdemeanors. Thus Allen engaged forces of intentional harm and destruction. In Annie Hall, the closest we get to such evil is the lobsters crawling around the floor and behind the refrigerator in Alvy's beach house in the Hamptons. Evil functions in Annie Hall as part of existential absence. It is structural, linguistic, and intellectual, but rarely felt as lived experience, with the possible exception of Crazy Brother Dwan. Manhattan also remains relatively free from malicious evil. Nevertheless, the film introduces a new degree of deception into a major Allen film. We soon learn that the characters in Manhattan frequently are not what they appear to be, which oddly enough represents many people's sense of New York, going back at least to the loneliest excursions of Manville's, the Stroud heroes, into the inner depths of the city. Personal dishonesty and deceit are never far removed from all experience and relationships in Manhattan. Appearances of concern and commitment among friends also dissimulate latent jealousies, fears, and aggressions. Although Manhattan examines a new moral dimension for Allen, it begins in a familiar place. The narrator searches for the right words. This search leads Allen to the creation of a visual panorama that literally explodes on the screen to the extraordinarily beautiful accompaniment of Gerwin's in Rhapsody in Blue. On the surface, Ike's opening voiceover appears to be a humorous attempt to find a strong individual's voice to relate his story. Listening to him, we get inside his interior dialogue with himself as he projects an identity and then responds to it. Each attempt at such construction evokes humor because of its hyperbole. First, we get the hard-boiled voice of the experienced city dweller from whom New York existed, in black and white, and pulsated to the great tunes of George Gershwin. Then there is the self-described romantic from whom New York meant beautiful women and street smart guys who seemed to know all the angles. Then we heard the preachy editorializing that bemoans the decay of contemporary culture and the demise of individual integrity that was destroying the town of his dreams. The preaching turns to angry denunciation of a society desensitized by drug, loud music, television, crime, garbage. Abandoning this tone, he settles on the most unrealistic self-description of all. Chapter 1. He was as tough and romantic as the city he loved. Behind his black rimmed glasses has the coiled sexual power of a jungle cat. I love this. New York was his town, and it always will be. With these words, one can envision the smile of Ike's face as he obviously feels successful in finding his voice. He seems to have achieved his goal of creating a transcendent authorial power. In fact, of course, this opening achieves a very different effect of thoroughly undermining any transcendent authority. The interior dialogue does not build toward a final resolution of a single perspective or voice. Rather, it subverts the possibility for such a representative voice or singular vision. First of all, the interior voice operate against each other. This can be heard in the way Ike exclaims, "I love this," in commenting on his own words regarding the sexual prowess of his hero. Obviously, Ike's glee reveals his identification with the character of his own creation. The humor in the scene derives in part from the way the gap between self-image and reality exposes the intensity of his desire, thereby dramatizing his vulnerability and denying the superiority of one narrative voice. This kind of critical counter-statement also can be found in the written text, where the statement "I love this" stands without quotation marks in connection with the interior voice in quotation marks. Ike's comment on his own work, "I love this," reveals one narrative voice in opposition to another in a manner that subverts the dominance of one particular voice. The words in and out of quotation marks engage in a democratic dialogue of multiple and competing voices. In addition, the brilliant cinematographic display of 9/11 New York combined with the startling soundtrack of the Gerwig Rhapsody in Blue, Gershwin Rhapsody in Blue, graphically and dramatically serves to further diminish the authority of the discordant voices. The visual creativity and musical power literally overwhelm the voices. The wonderful flow of street scenes renders a city of power and excitement that radically contrasts with the utterance of Ike's spoken words and the fatuous excitement and self-inflation of his language. Instead of valorizing the narrative dialogue, the city scenes and the music engulf it. Similarly, the wonderful conclusion of this opening sequence of fireworks that erupt over the magnificent New York skyline seemingly suggests some sort of climatic competition and victory of Ike's linguistic challenge to find an adequate single voice and identity for himself. The fireworks appears to celebrate not only the multifarious beauty of the city, but Ike's literary ambition as well. This sense of visual confirmation and the narrative quest occurs on one's initial viewing of this scene because the cinematography is so exciting. In fact, the display also creates the opposite effect of undermining the narrator's attempt for unity. The explosion of fireworks shatters the presence of conclusion and certitude. It marks a radical disjunction between the uncertainty of the voices and the power of the world around Ike, attempting to construct himself as a strong subject in the midst of a mighty megalopolis. The narrator loses himself in the humor of his inadequacy. The fireworks therefore constitute the end of a series of verbal contrasts and put downs of the author. Coming at the conclusion of Ike's voiceover, the fireworks emphasize his insignificance. Thus, Ike does not find himself in his words, but creates a persona that loses himself in language. As the scene that immediately follows attests, he is no hero, no street-smart adventurer, no existential hipster on the dangerous and challenging avenues of urban conflict, no potent lover objectified into a coiled sexual jungle cat by the glances of passing women of sophistication and beauty. Instead, we find him to be a representation of the fractured and fractious world around him, a person of warring parts, many of which are hidden from each other. The theme of the insufficiency of words and speech to explain or structure experience carries over to the next scenes at Elaine's, a popular Manhattan cafe frequented by intellectuals and artists. Indeed, the scene suggests that an over-reliance on words and language perverts and distorts experience and character. Ike maintains the important thing in life is courage, while his friend Yale Pollack advocates getting in touch with feelings that you didn't know you had. Really, Ike posits a moral dilemma of finding the courage to save a drowning person, but immediately escapes the necessity of dealing with his own issue by undermining it with a joke that demises the whole matter from serious consideration. You know, I of course can swim, so I never have to face it. The joke therefore inadvertently suggests that Ike is all talk. It reveals a quality of unauthenticity in Ike's character. His treatment of the issue also serves to alienate Ike from his audience. Yale's wife Emily drives home The point drives home the point about the inadequacy of words without action. They've had this argument for 20 years. She tells Tracy, Ike's 17 years old girlfriend. The deeper point in this scene, however, continues Alan's debate with language in Annie Hall. Language for Alan externalizes and distorts. It signifies separation. In his first encounter with Mary, Yale's mistress, who will become Isaac's temporary lover, Isaac reacts with instinctive annoyance over her use of language when she explains a point by saying, "We believe in God," he says. "What the hell does that mean?" What it is that what she meant. What do you mean by there? What do you mean by that there? However, this frustration with language manifests itself elsewhere in the film as it does in other Allen films. For example, later in a beautiful scene between Mary and Ike at the Hayden Planetarium, he tastes her about her fixation on language and the intellect, because nothing worth knowing can be understood with the mind. You know, everything really valuable has to enter you through a different opening, if you'll forgive the disgusting imagery. Indeed, Mary epitomizes people whom Allen regards as well-educated and super-educated, to the point of being unable to deal with reality. In citing this comment made by Allen to an interviewer for Time magazine, John Didion attacks Manhattan for preferring a shopping center for emotions and prolonged adolescence. In fact, Allen ridicules precisely such an attitude. Didion may be, as Graham McCann suggests, fusing Allen with his characters, an issue in much of his work. Throughout the film, Allen castigates a supermarket society of false values and artificial emotions. As Ike says toward the end of the film, an idea for a short story will consider people in Manhattan who are constantly creating these real, unnecessary neurotic problems for themselves, because it keeps them from dealing with more unsolvable, terrifying problems about the universe. Even there, of course, Ike's words fail him, because he remains very much a part of the problem. He exonerates himself, blames his friends, and ends his thought with the very sort of inflated and overly dramatic rhetoric that suggests the neurotic, self-created nature of his own problems. After all, he must share responsibility for his unhappy separation from the people he once loved. Also, his literal position in this particular scene, prone or on a couch talking into a tape recorder, which functions as a substitute psychiatrist and secretary, suggests his own sickness as well as a surrender to dehumanized mechanical forces he supposedly detests. The recorder embodies the physical detachment of speech and language, as well as the absence of human connection during yet another moment of crucial need. The visual counterpart of this kind of speech for Allen in Manhattan, of course, can be found in the highly innovative use of the scope screen. Indeed, the scope screen functions as a powerful visual metaphor for the world of inarticulate fragmentation and distortion that language renders. As Douglas Broad says, nowhere in his films has Allen so brilliantly organized his frames. Whenever Isaac or any of the other characters come close to the realization that relationships are difficult to maintain, we see that the character forces into one side of the scope screen frame. Sometimes the remainder of the frame is filled with objects and clutter. At other moments, the remaining half of the frame is literally turned into a visual vacuum by the placement of some object which blocks everything else from our sight. In the beautiful opening scenes of New York that end with the fireworks display over the skyline, the scope screen conveys Allen's celebration of the breadth and magnificence of Manhattan. It suggests a kind of natural beauty and range to this unnatural urban setting. However, when the scene fades and moves into lanes, the potential of visualization becomes even clearer. We are at a crowded table in a crowded restaurant in a crowded city. The very closeness is alienating and dehumanizing. The smoke and congestion stifling in spite of Ike's antics with the cigarette, with the important exception of the angelic face of Tracy, played by Marielle Hemingway. The faces of the other characters become distorted and disproportionate, as in a carnival mirror. Sometimes individual faces weirdly dominate the screen. Even the handsome face of Michael Murphy, who plays the Yale Pollack, seems intrusive, and it trusts itself as the viewer, making the oxymoron of his name, the elite WASP University, and the ethic association of his family name, into a palpable disruption. Indistinguishable parts of the anonymous bodies of cafe customers pass by the camera and block the view of the table. Furthermore, the banner and conversation are convivial and friendly, but the screen emanates a subtext with a different message. The picture, in a sense, is worth at least 1,000 of the words of people fooling each other. In this scene, we are also disturbed and embarrassed by the age difference between the 17-year-old Tracy and the 42-year-old Ike. Of course, Ike instinctively conveys his own discomfort by bringing attention to the subject. I'm 42 and she's 17, coughing. I am dating a girl wherein I can beat up her father. Is the first time that phenomenon ever occurred in my life. The use of the scope screen grows increasingly more powerful and convincing as the film processes. For purposes of this discussion, we almost could describe this visualization as the D-screen. It decenters, displaces, dislocates, and distorts. Through this technique, form and text become one which the film's ideological position of the psychological, social, and moral separation and isolation of the character. The series of visualizations that are so persuasive and moving in Annie Hall are condensed into this visualization in Manhattan that operates so effectively throughout the film. The screen in Manhattan not only misplaces, losses, and hides characters, it also cuts them up into pieces. Tops of heads disappear, obviously indicating mindlessness, and legs are fractured, suggesting a grouping of truncated grotesques. People talk to invisible listeners or are observed by unseen eyes. Cripples of the psychical and moral kind inhabit this visual island, this cinematic synecdoche of a sick society. As Allen himself has said, Manhattan is about the problem of trying to live a decent life amidst all the junk of contemporary culture, the temptations, the seductions. Allen exhibits his strengths as a director through his employment of the scope screen in different and original ways throughout Manhattan, collaborating creatively with both his photographer Gordon Willis and his co-writer Marshall Brickman. Allen continuously invents different uses for the scope screen for the scenes that comprise Manhattan. Even minor, relatively undramatic scenes are visually interesting in their development of important verbal or literary aspects of the film. Thus, as the two couples leave Elaine's, Yale and Ike walk ahead of the women on the street, and Yale confesses his affair with Mary. As Yale provides details of his dark secret in hushed tones so that Emily won't hear, we notice that they walk in darkness and shadow on sidewalks barely illuminated by street lamps. When Yale and Emily are alone in their apartment, the screen exaggerates the close quarters. It frames and thereby targets Yale as Emily questions him, and it allows the couple to hug on the left edge of the screen, abandoning the center and suggesting an irregularity in their relationship. In the following scene, Meryl Streep, who plays Jill, Ike's lesbian first wife, emerges from the revolving door of the impressive Time Life building as a powerful, beautiful, and dynamic presence. Long blonde hair draped luxuriously over her left shoulder. She walks briskly, and the camera tracks her, ultimately placing Ike, who is lurking in a doorway, to question and challenge her over a forthcoming book about their marriage within the frame. She doesn't break her stride as they exchange cryptic comments. The tracking continues so that the physical motion becomes an accelerated externalization of the psychological energy behind the verbal exchanges between Streep and Allen. When they go stop to talk, it is before pulsating, shooting fountains of water, suggestive of their failed sexual relationship, an image, an idea, reinforced by the dialogue that ranges over Ike's spilling wine on my pants, his concern over his son being raised by Jill to wear dresses, and her mocking comment, "Look at you, you are so threatened." As she walks off, his parting words vent his frustration and anger. "Hey, I'm not threatened because of the two of us, I was not the immoral, psychotic, promiscuous one. I hope I didn't leave. I hope I didn't leave out anything." In the next scenes between Ike and Tracy in Ike's apartment, Allen further reveals the potential of the scope screen as a cinematic and visual means for developing character, human relationships, and psychological and social conditions. The scene participates in a clear and intelligent progression of scenes that continuously narrow our focus on Ike's life and character. The screen positions him ever more specifically in terms of space, from the great opening view of the world of Manhattan to his closest relationships and friends, to his actual living space. It does this, however, without sacrificing the consistency of the scope screen as the visual embodiment of displacement and the centering. The scope screen visually dramatizes the condition of desire or the sense of detachment between internal and external experience. The closer the scope screen takes us to Isaac and his most intimate relationships and most comfortable environment spaces, the more alienated and detached he becomes. Allen exploits the screen to convey two contradictory conditions, separation and distance, even in confrontation with their opposite, connection and involvement. Thus, in the apartment scene with Tracy, the visual image conveys Ike's internal psychological state and social situation by positioning him with great care and in his home. We learn an enormous amount about him here simply by seeing his place, or in this case, absence of place. This sense makes explicit that before had only been implied. First of all, we see the important signs of his professional success. The apartment obviously qualifies for the upwardly mobile, even to the point of having two levels of living space connected by a spiral staircase going in circles as the border and pillar for the right end of the screen. Large, expensive, and stylishly decorated, the apartment provides a properly fashionable living space for a creative personality and successful television writer like Ike. The range of scopes of the scope screen captures the essence of the apartment, and in so doing, the internal landscape of a way of life. While the staircase to the right is bathed in light, and the other end of the screen, the living room, is relatively dark with one lamp and a light emanating from an adjoining room. Such lighting and contrast between dark and light spaces unsettle the scene, helping to establish the mood of separation and distance. In contrast, Tracy sits comfortably in the couch, apparently at home in what are obviously familiar surroundings. However, she seems barely distinguishable as a person in this setting. Behind her, a wall of book space and bookcases dominate the scene, as always books about death and despair buried Annie. We can just about find her from the sound of her voice. Ike approaches from the staircase on the right, almost coming from another world. In between them, a grey wall that hides the kitchen stands out as a kind of dead space on the screen. The visualization of this location dramatically contradicts and undermines the ostensible feeling of cozy familiarity between Ike and Tracy. Their conversation in the scene also sustains the visual theme of separation, while the distance in their ages dramatizes differences of feeling and commitment. Tracy asks, "Well, don't you have any feeling for me?" Ike tries to tell her that because of her youth, she has to keep her opinions open. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Then, in a painfully transparent expression of his own doubts, he says, I've got nothing but feelings for you, but you don't want to get hung up with one person at your age. Even though, he adds, is charming, and clearing his throat erotic. There's no question about that. As long as the cops don't burst in, we are, I think we are gonna break a couple of records. Ironically, being situated on a screen of this location, their talk is all about using and sharing space. She wants to stay in the apartment, just as Annie initiated the idea of sharing an apartment with Alvy and developed their relationship, while he clearly wants space that we already have described as alien and decentered. He says, you should think of me sort of as a detour on the highway of life. So get dressed, because I think you're gonna get out here. The directions make the vigor and insistence of this witch seem even stronger than the rather crude expression, gotta get out of here. He gets up from the couch and takes Tracy by the hand. She appeals, don't you want me to stay over? As the scene ends, we walk up the staircase holding hands and exchanging teases about popular culture and age difference. On the one hand, it is charming. On the other hand, the scope screen has helped to expose a whole dimension of meanings and feelings. As in the opening sequence of Manhattan and the skyline, the scope screen also expresses extraordinary beauty. This is generally considered to be the case of the presentation of the evening, when Ike and Mary meet at a party and stay together to walk and talk. They end up together on a bench by the 59th Street Bridge, looking over the river and watching the sunrise. Undoubtedly, this is a moving and effective scene. Douglas Broad thinks it is perhaps the movie's strongest moment. In the film's most unforgettable image, Mary and Isaac grow deeply involved with one another on a wistful New York late-night interlude. The musical background of Someone to Watch Over Me helps make the scene irresistible and wonderfully romantic. However, even here, Allen's genius for undercutting appearances with a disruptive hidden reality of dissociation manifests itself. In the film, the exciting bridge arcing over the river occupies the center of the frame, creating a strong sense of balance and symmetry, with Ike and Mary at the lower right and an enormous eyesore of a structure dominating the middle of the left of the screen. Between the bridge and the surface, interestingly, in both Brooks Brook and the Book of Allen film script, not only is the latter structure absent from the photo duplication of this scene, but Mary, Isaac, their bench, and her dog Waffles are much closer to the center of the shot, presumably to make the picture fit onto the page. How radically different are these versions of the same thing? The abbreviated picture shows a cozy couple in an intimate setting, which the bridge overflowing the entire upper left part of the frame. For me, the film version creates a very different effect, also beautiful, but conveying a whole other set of potential meanings. A couple of the dog are dwarfed by an imposing extraordinary force of a great physical power and trust. The vertical structure on the far left beyond the bridge harshly disrupts the visual harmony and contributes to the feeling of disjunction about the couple. Moreover, the visual frame is stationary. We never see the couple engaged in their conversation, but only hear their voices since their backs are to the camera and the viewing audience. In addition, their sudden sense of personal engagement occurs in the context of what we already know about them and the relationships and experiences they bring to this romantic moment. Given the history we already have of their personal and romantic failures and violations, his with a teenager and hers with a married man, this new emotional bond offers little immediate promise of anything more than a momentary connection to filling gaps of discontent and loneliness. Just as the bridge itself arcs off into a distant fog and haze, so also one envisions our relationships ultimately going nowhere. In this regard, the bridge itself has its own significance. Not the Brooklyn, nor the George Washington, nor even the Verrazano of Saturday Night Fever, New York's most famous bridges. The connection this bridge makes to a city part of the borough of Queens will be beyond the knowledge of most viewers, perhaps even most New Yorkers who are more familiar with other routes. At the same time, others might recognize it that Gatsby bridge to the Valley of Ashes and Death. It is the bridge on which he encounters death in the form of a hearse, a bridge to oblivion. Ike's words have a distant echo of the Great Gatsby, even if it melts into a burst circuit version of Fitzgerald's story. Well, my book is about decaying values. It's about, see, the thing is, years ago, I wrote a short story about my mother called The Castrating Zionist, and I want to expand it into a novel. Even the song that provides additional background, someone to watch over me, puts the mystery of the bridge in the place of the famous advertisement of old Dr. T.J. Heckelberg's eye, especially when one further considers how the film later will deal directly with issues of God, morals, and man. Accordingly, this scene entails a perfect prolepsis of ultimate failure. At least as exciting visually is another scene between Mary and Ike at the Hayden Planetarium, where once again Allen exploits the scope screen to express the decentered and displaced nature of experience. Here the universe, or at least the part of it that the great planetarium by Central Park can contain, becomes the metaphor for the human condition as lived by Ike and his friends. Allen therefore achieves a kind of ultimate positioning of Ike, taking him from the midst of Manhattan to a series of apartments, and then expanding his world again to the solar system, making Mary and Ike into little planet of their own. A lovely conceit for the culture of narcissism. The scope screen renders their existence as such planets in darkness, shadow, and reflected light. Their presence then socializes the world of the planets into the human situation. Moreover, the planets move according to laws of nature and astronomy, following every precise mathematical formulas. In contrast, these people are propelled by far more mysterious, hidden forces of human emotion and desire. They have met at her urging to fill up an empty Sunday of missing Yale, whose marital obligations have forced him out into the suburbs. They flee into the planetarium's protection of darkness from a sudden thunderstorm that has dashed their impulsive hopes for a walk in the park. Intellectually, the scene probably never escapes the confines and limitations of the rather obvious, perhaps even trite, comparison between bodies in space and bodies of desire, yearning to establish a human dimension of feeling, commitment, and love. At the same time, the scene still provides a powerful visual dramatization of the film's major themes of disinterestedness and displacement. Thus, as Isaac and Mary, whose very name suggests religions and ethnic distance from each other, walk into the interior of the planetarium, they move from well-lit interior rooms into the darkness of outer space exhibits. Visually, they become part of outer space, silhouetted in the darkness by a huge illuminated photograph of a nebula. They can barely see each other. In the darkness, Mary, worried about the effect of the rain on her appearance, asks, How do I look? Ike's simple answer, I can see, does not inhibit him from quickly adding, You look kind of nice, actually. You're sort of pretty, thereby raising questions of beauty, perception, and distortion in his and other scene and this in these and other scenes. Allen directs a dance of light, shadow, and space to indicate the difficulty involved in establishing emotional contact with oneself and others in a world in which psychological blindness contributes to disguise and distortion. For Allen, of course, that blindness often originates in unconscious forces and sexual ambivalence. In the preliminary stages of what will be a short-lived affair, Mary and Ike deal with each other at the planetarium as distant objects, shadows in an alien frozen universe in which nothing human could live. The scope screen becomes the perfect vehicle for exhibiting and dramatizing such absence and distance. Total blackness takes us into one frame. Then we see a moon exhibit, a moonscape, realistically portrayed with its craters and rock sculptures. We do not see the couple at all, but hear only voice-overs, Mary revealing her true thoughts at the moment concerning Yale. You know, I'm really annoyed with Yale. A brilliant moon moves to the left, taking over 3/4 of the screen, top to bottom. Out of the darkness emerges Ike and Mary, talking about the costs that accrue from secret affairs. Tellingly, Mary finished a sentence that Ike starts. He says, Well, you know, that's what happens when you are... And she immediately interrupts. I know when you are having an affair with a married man. She trusts her next sentence, and Ike indirectly sharing her secret doubts about herself and her illicit affair. What a terrible way to put it. Ike defensively indicates that her statement really constitutes an act of self-condemnation. Hey, I didn't put it that way. While Mary and Isaac continue to talk about her marriage to a man who in turn cheated on her, a stranger with a camera enters the scope screen and comes between the couple and the audience, pauses, bends slightly at the knee, and takes a picture in the direction of the audience.
The vagarious intrusion adds an element of additional distance to the scene. The stranger's own face is divided by shadow, reiterating the darkness from which I can merely speak. The camera serves as an obvious prop symbolizing the objectification of vision and images. As the couple continues to speak and walk, their darkened bodies seem like shadows following the voiceovers that had to the fragmentation of the mind and body. It is at this point by the Saturn exhibit, when Mary has been putting on an exhibit on her own factual knowledge of the satellites of Saturn, that Ike basically belittles her by trivializing such information, telling her of the uselessness of the mind. Nothing worth knocking can be understood with the mind. Once again, the film blackens, emphasizing the abyss not only between people, but of a philosophical and linguistic kind as well, between mind and body, and between verbal and visual signifiers and what they signify. From off screen, Mary says, "I know you probably think I'm too cerebral." They walk through a tunnel of total darkness, their bodies finally catching up with their voices, until Ike stops and at the dead end left of the screen, facing off screen, to hear an invisible Mary describe him as having a tendency to get a little hostile, but I find that narrative, but I find that attractive. Walking through these dark and gloomy exhibit corridors, Mary overcomes this momentary lapse from the observation with herself to return to her fears of being unable to relate mind and emotion. "So you think I have no feelings? Is that it? Is that it?" Allen's direction here maintains a visual choreography of light, darkness, shadow and space to convey emotional, physical, and human distance and inconsistency. He concludes the scene with a light but brilliant touch that particularizes this visual choreography. Speaking in whispers, Ike and Mary are face to face. They are shown in profile, almost touching, their faces bathed in darkness and silhouetted against a photograph of the stars. They are finally intimate, discussing Mary's insecurity and oversensitivity. The subject of the conversation clearly concerns Mary's loneliness and desire for companionship in the absence of her true infatuation, Yale. First, she suggests some dinner, and Ike says, "I gotta see something this evening." Then she suggests a meeting next week. "Right, well, so what about some time next week? I might give you a call, or do you have any free time?" Again, Ike prevaricates. I'm not gonna have, I don't think I'm gonna have any free time, cause," quickly adding, I don't think it's such a great idea for me. I'm working on this book." A subsequent scene that evening between Ike and Tracy reveals that Ike in fact had no plans. He resists Mary's overture primarily out of loyalty to her lover and his friend Yale, a seemingly noble gesture, yet the little lie, which is only secondarily related to his ambiguous commitment to Tracy, perfectly underscores the visualization of distortion and deception at the planetarium. The theme of deception finds even stronger reinforcement in the scene between Yale and his wife immediately following the planetarium. Returning from Emily's parents' home,
Yale's voiceover resonates with grating arrogance as the camera follows the couple's car over the George Washington Bridge and the Henry Hudson Parkway. Well, your parents were in a good mood. I almost had a good time. Emily then asks, laughing with her husband, who was that you called after dinner? Of course, it has to be a call he made to Mary. He uses his lie about the call as a way to tell another lie in order to see Mary that night. Only his hesitation and stutter suggest his duplicity. David Cohen. He wants me to review the new book on Virginia Woolf. He's writing another one. Can you believe it? Gullibly, she does and accedes to his next lie. Listen, I told Cohen I'd stop by a pickup and pick up the book. Is that okay with you? In any event, the lies both Ike and Yale tell to women make a perfect verbal commentary upon the visualizations at the hidden planetarium of darkness and distortion that Allen engineers on the scope screen. Toward the end of the film, the scope screen structures a climatic visualization of distortion and deception when it alternates between two scenes involving Mary, Ike, and Yale. Perhaps these scenes provide the film's most graphic visual demonstration of displacement and decentering through the innovation of the scope screen technique, which Allen employs to create a kind of visual narrative of deception. They interweaves these very brief scenes meticulously into the very heart of the film's characterizations, themes, and plot development. The scenes emphasize spaces at the ends of the screen within the dramatic context of the situations, thereby powerfully illustrating the absence of a stable center in both social and psychological relationships. The scenes also emphasize the idea of alienation I have been calling displacement. The sense of homelessness in the form of the absence of a solid position from which to construct identity and subjectivity pervades these moments in the film. Interestingly, a verbal lie once again accentuates the visual portrayal of deception. Ike and Mary are working separately and at opposite ends of his new apartment on the scope screen. Instead of working together, sharing their individual tasks in a collective way, they occupy separate spaces, almost separate compartments. And he lies on his bed writing, and she types in the living room. They communicate through open door space and thin apartment walls. The visual image exaggerates the separateness and detachment, since they still can hear each other, talk, and work to some degree. The image thus dramatizes the psychological and emotional isolation of their situation. The scene shifts from left to right and back again as they talk. On the left side, Ike is seen through a half-open door, to the right of which is another door, and then a block of space that further separates him from Mary in the living room. The effect is one of extreme fragmentation. The doors jut out as does the cigarette in Mary's mouth.
The block of wall space is an inherent eyesore and inevitable frustration. As he talks, we heard her typewriter confirming our assumption of poor communication between them, especially since she speaks to him in a near shout. Also, she is framed into the workspace in a perfect rectangle, a geometric space resembling prison confinement. In fact, she seems more than crammed into the space, but literally crushed by the oppressive gray space. The apartment exudes an unsettling, impinging atmosphere in terms of both physical space and personal interaction. Even the relatively minor distraction of the jingling telephone adds to the general disorder. Of course, when we realize that the call comes from Yale, the discomfort increases considerably, largely because the picture of him sneaking back into Mary's life and breaking up his friend's life so effectively fulfills the film's expectations. Appreciating the questionable nature of his call, Yale obviously feels relief that Mary rather than Ike has answered the phone. "Mary, hi, it's Yale. I was hoping you'd pick up. Listen, could we meet for a coffee?" The cut to Yale making the telephone call is perfect. The trust in the film toward decentered lives finally has succeeded in making Yale just about invisible. We heard Yale talking to Mary, but we see a Park Avenue street seen from the vantage point of the intersection. The only immediately visible presences are the people crossing the street. Then we realize that to the extreme right of the screen must be Yale in his own prison of the phone booth that stands inconspicuously on the corner. The telephone booth is so narrow and so removed from the center of the frame, which concentrates on the street, that it seems ready to be pushed off the scene of the screen. I say Yale must be using his telephone both because he in fact remains only barely discernible. The camera never closes in on him. We see the profile of a man wearing glasses holding a phone over his ear in a way that offers further concealment, adding even more to the suggestion of deceit and hiding. Mary's lie to Ike when she hangs up the phone that the call was a solicitation for free dance lessons registers pain and confusion on her face. Ike, of course, stays in the dark, so to speak, unaware of the meaning for his future of the apparently petty annoyance of the call. The brief scenes engender a pointed visual summary of the fragmented and alienated relationships of the film. Allen develops other visual irony by virtue of the scope screen that adds to the potential impact of Mary's loss upon Ike. This visual image constitutes a comic use of the scope screen and immediately precedes the phone call in the apartment. In this scene, Ike's confidence over relationship with Mary gets a boost after they accidentally encounter Mary's ex-husband, Jeremiah, in a clothing store. Throughout the film, Mary has proclaimed the brilliance and the sexual
prowess of this man. Now, after finally meeting him, I can gloat over perceiving him as this little homunculus who should offer little competition to him in terms of intellect or sexual potency and agility. While Mary and ex-husband chat, Ike moves off-screen to observe. Although totally outside of the frame, the obvious presence of his look renders the scene very funny. However, the sensitivity and originality of Allen's direction prevents the scene from deteriorating into a mere side gag. Ike's confident bubble of superiority soon will burst when his affair takes its inevitable course toward deception and failure. This adds both irony and pathos to the encounter with Jeremiah, a comic prophet of Ike's eventual exile from the screen as far as Mary is concerned. As Broad says, there is only one side gag in the movie. When Isaac and Mary, Diane Keaton, go rowing in Central Park, he leisurely lets his hand drift in the central water, then finds it covered with a murky pollutant. Moreover, the visual humor, as represented by the Jeremiah scene, is consistent with the humor throughout the film. As Broad again and many other critics have noted, in Manhattan, comedy and drama are completely fused. The humor here contributes significantly and coherently to the development of character and theme. Equally important, the humor maintains Allen's focus on psychic and social fragmentation, while also sustaining dramatic dialogue. Examples abound of this effective use of verbal humor as a means to support the powerful visual images of the film. Telling Ike that Jill and Connie can raise Ike's son without any problems. Mary says, "Oh, they made some studies. I read in one of the psychoanalytic quarterlies. You don't need a male. I mean, two mothers are absolutely fine, just fine." Ike answers, "Oh really? Because I always feel very, very few people survive one mother." When Mary confesses that even though she was sleeping with Jeremiah when he was her professor, he still gave her an F. Ike says, "No kidding, not even an incomplete, right?" As they return home in a taxi from dinner, Ike says self-deprecantly to Mary, "You look so beautiful. I can hardly keep my eyes on the meter." After learning from Mary about her renewed feelings for Yale, Ike confronts Yale, who inadvertently reveals that in fact he has been meeting with Mary. "We met twice for coffee." Ike fires back, "Hey, come off it. She doesn't drink coffee. What do you do? Meet for Sanka? That's not too romantic, you know. That's a little on the geriatric side." The great paradox of Manhattan is that beneath the wonderful structure of the skyline and the complex, sophisticated lives of the characters, see the rather banal but cruel forms of unfulfilled desire seeking expression in generally twisted, distorted, and destructive ways. The pyrotechnics of Allen's directing, cinematography, visual images, and engaging humor provides the surface presentation of the internal source of fragmentation and displacement. sexuality and the unconscious, visual creativity, and the integration of humor and drama structure the film's narrative of a series of love relationships that engender divisions and displacement, while the scope screen and the precisely integrated humor dominate the surface events of Manhattan. Narrative desire continues to propel Allen's development as a director and writer. Truly, Allen learned and grew from what he created and studied. The, the love stories in this film therefore derive from the relationships played against Sam, Annie Hall, and Interiors, and paved the way for Anna and her sisters and crimes and misdemeanors. As Allen told one interviewer about Manhattan, it's like a mixture of what I was trying to do with Annie Hall and Interiors. Accordingly, the innovative visualization and imaginative dramatization of narrative desire in Annie Hall achieves even greater visual and literary complexity and originality in Manhattan. Rather than developing one narrative consciousness and voice and constructing one subjective position, and as in Annie Hall, in Manhattan, Allen drastically broadens the arena of desire to several different characters and relationships. As McNan says, perhaps the most significant fact about Manhattan's construction it is elliptical treatment of Allen's own character. Simply less time is needed to register the meaning of Isaac's actions and personality. It is not, however, so much that Isaac is treated more elliptically than Alvy, but that Allen uses Isaac to create a more complex subject and feel of multiple voices and perspective within a vital and persuasive social, psychological, and artistic contexts. Like Alvy in Annie Hall, I's character structures narrative desire in Manhattan. However, Manhattan's scope screen presents multiple relationships that anticipate the libidinal exuberance and erotic complexity even of a Midsummer Night's Sex comedy. Through these characters, Allen explores the nature of desire itself. Just as the camera shots and images present destabilization and displacement, so the characters and relationships in Manhattan establish a diversity of voices and subjects related to desire. In other words, Allen achieves a dialogic exchange of characters and positions that sustains the multiplicity of his visual imagination. Visual diversity and complex characterization function creatively together. In doing this, Allen creates an ideology of form that adds film to Mikhail Batkin's notion of the fluidity of the social and linguistic. Batkin intends, of course, to reveal the contradictory and oppositional forces inherent in all hegemonic ideological systems. The study of verbal arts, he says, must overcome the divorce between an abstract formal approach and an equally abstract ideological approach. Batkin's emphasis on utterance and the social context of voice that imbues a complexity of meanings to speech and words relates to Allen's penchant as a director of voiceovers and the separation of bodies from speech, as well as his own dialogic technique of overlapping speech and running words together. Indeed, it could be argued that Allen therefore typifies Batkin's concepts of carnivalistic, which concerns the annihilation of rigid boundaries in communication and in human relationships. This carnivalistic quality
pertains from the very beginning of the film. Well, when we recall Ike attempts to find a single coherent narrative voice, but instead really creates an extraordinary dialogue of voices. Allen's dialogic imagination in Manhattan continues his project that began in Played Against Sam of reconsidering, revisioning, and reconstructing sexual ideologies, while narrative desire encompasses and structures the concerns of all his characters in Manhattan, male and female, the intensity and per, pertinacity of the process of decentering in the film moves the focus of desire from the single male consciousness of the character played by Allen to the other characters. A multiplicity of male and female voices and perspectives operate to fulfill dialogic expectations. In effect, then Manhattan becomes a study of desire in which the complex issues related to desire of sexuality, masculinity, femininity, and gender roles resist closure and go beyond the film's inconclusive ending, positioning these issues within the broad range of the urban setting as presented on the scope screen. Allen particularizes them by developing a series of relationships between several couples in the film. It is important to recognize these as relationships of desire, situations of psychic displacement rooted in the unconscious as opposed to the humorous sexual exploits that are played mostly for laughs in the earlier works. These relationships are Ike and Tracy, Ike and Mary, Yale and his wife, Emily, Yale and Mary, and Jill, Ike's ex-wife, and her lover Connie. In addition, the intense male bonding between Yale and Isaac remains implicit and important in the subtext. With so many relationships, the structure of narrative desire in Manhattan must necessarily differ from Annie Hall, where a kind of structured chaos organizes narrative desire as the story breaks conventional temporal and spatial patterns. However, in Manhattan, Allen artfully parallels the progress of these relationships, moving carefully in and out of them. He interweaves the sub-narratives to construct the larger narrative that comprises the movie. Together they entail the Freudian master narrative of desire, the unconscious, and retrospection. In essence, then, the visual presentations of emotional and social situations in Manhattan are rooted in the democracy of desire. The inherent instability and precariousness of sexual organization continually disrupt the relationships of desire in the film, constructing a radical dialogue of desire in which the most basic questions about love and identity are asked but never answered with finality. Allen holds the film together through a careful interweaving of pairings that in themselves suggest a complex sexual ideology, because the pairings are both volatile and in tension with each other. Inherently unstable and disruptive, the relationships are capable of exploiting into a sexual and emotional chain reaction of pain and loss. Thus these relationships incorporate an ideology of uncertainty and indeterminacy into the very structure of Manhattan, just as the scope screen also constitutes an ideology of form.
Mary Will, played by Diane Keaton, is the major female figure in this film that includes several important women. She also is the most unstable and disruptive. Indeed, her uncertainty regarding sexual choice and love probably establishes the paradigm for sexuality in Manhattan. When Ike tries to dissuade her for leaving him to go back to Yale, he says, and if he does commit to you, you know, when you start to feel secure, you will drop him, snapping his fingers. I know it. I give the whole thing 4 weeks. That's it. She answers honestly. Well, I can't plan that far in advance. I instinctively cast her as crazy as paints it himself as the victim, resisting the implication of his own words of a pattern in his behavior toward women for which he must ultimately assume responsibility. You can't plan 4 weeks in advance. You can't plan 4 weeks in advance? I mean, what kind of foresight is that? Singing Jesus, you know, I knew you were crazy when we started going out. You always thinking you are gonna be the one that makes them act different, you know. But Mary, however, is more than merely flighty. What Ike is at this moment in the film attributes to her crazy capriciousness and lack of commitment, forgetting in the process his own lack of credibility and moral strength, actually typifies the social and psychological state of love and sexuality in their part of Manhattan. It is no accident, I think, that the meeting between Ike and Mary that marks the beginning of their friendship after 2 initially hostile encounters takes place at the party in support of the Equal Rights Amendment at the Museum of Modern Art's Sculpture Garden. Especially because this even includes the appearance of Bella Abzug, the radical feminist and New York personality, as a guest speaker. This party at first viewing seems like an effort by Allen to be stylish, as in the casual reference to Jack Nicholson and Angelina Houston in Any Hall that John Didion derided as pretentious in her review. Actually, this gathering at the museum helps to put the sexual turmoil of the film within a social context. It demonstrates Allen's concern that Manhattan occurs during a time of social and sexual transition, when definitions of gender and patterns of relationships are themselves in confusion. The importance of feminism as a theme in the movie revives further impetus when Yale, speaking of Mary, tells Ike, yeah, well, she's very active in the feminist movement. Of course, Yale's comment can be taken ironically. Mary's relationship to feminism remains largely problematic in the film. Indeed, her efforts to achieve legitimacy and authority as an intellectual and individual graphically dramatize obstacles facing women of both a psychological and social sort that still obtain. Her attitude toward herself, as illustrated dramatically by her self-consciousness about beauty, emphasizes such internal and external obstacles. Walking with ache after the museum party and before going on to the 59th Street Bridge to greet the sunrise together. Marianne expatiates vituperatively on the trials of being pretty. Oh, you will never believe this, but I never thought I was very pretty. Oh, what is pretty anyway? I mean, I hate being pretty. It's all so it's all so subjective anyway. She then elaborates upon her feelings how looks remains how looks remains the top priority for a woman in a man's world. I mean, the brightest man just dropped dead in front of a beautiful face. And the minute you climb into the sack, if you are the least bit giving, they are so grateful. Of course, Mary internalized the very ideology of beauty and desire that she denounces. At the planetarium, as already noted, her first thought concerns her appearance. Similarly, when Yale finally decides at one point to end the affair because of fear, and I don't want to break up my marriage and then find out that we are not good together, Mary retreats for her beauty as her first line of psychic defense. Of course, I'm gonna be alright. What do you think I'm gonna do? Hang myself? I'm a beautiful woman. I'm young, I'm highly intelligent, so I got everything going for me. The point is that I don't know, I'm all fucked up. But I can confirm Mary's idea in their feelings not only toward her but toward all women. And when I note that he married Jill in spite of warnings from his analysts about her lesbianism, yeah, I know my analysts aren't me. But you were so beautiful that I got another analyst. Not learning from his mistake, Ike, when he takes his son Willie to lunch at the Russian tea room, overcompensates for his insecurity regarding his ex-wife, and teaches the boy about the importance of beautiful women to a man. They have very beautiful women. They have very beautiful women that eat here. You know, we could do very well. I think we could pick it up this stew if you were a little quicker. I'm serious. I think the brunette liked you. Similarly, Yale finds Mary's beauty bedazzling, and are rendezvous at Bloom Ingdale's department store. Yale kisses and flirts with her. She half-heartedly resists. It's just ridiculous. You're married. I can't. Listen to me. I am beginning to sound like I am one of those women. It sounds terrible. I hate it. She adds, I don't want to break up a marriage yet. Still, she proves vulnerable to Yale. God, you are so beautiful. It turns out that she also can be bowed at Bloomingdale's with a little flattery and the appearance of passion and affection. Can you just hold me? Does your love for me always have to express itself sexually? What about other values like warm and spiritual contact? A hotel, right?
Jesus, I'm a laughing pushover anyway. The other shoppers at Bloomingdale's, the illicit relationship between Ike and Mary might seem fairly commonplace. However, in the midst of the flirt, flirtatiousness, Mary flirtatiousness, Mary interjects a comment that suggests how her attitude also affects other aspects of her life. Attitudes and values about sexuality and gender ultimately influence and help structure her career and work as well. Oh, did I tell you? I think I might have an interview with Borges. I told I told you that we met before when he was here, and he seems to feel very comfortable around me. Her remark reveals her own lack of regard for her work by treating it incidentally. It is it is of secondary importance to remaining Yale's interest in her. Her works involves not her own writings, but her secondary status as an object that can manipulate men by letting them feel very comfortable around me. In other words, by allowing herself to be used by them in turn. Also, the phone call from Yale at Ike's apartment that will lure her back into their affair comes during a conversation in which Ike appeals to her to stop writing novelizations of movies. When he asks her why she does it, her answer indicates a great deal. Why? Because it's easy and it plays well. It pays well. While while his response suggests how much, in fact, she loses through such work. I mean, you are much too brilliant for that. You know, you should be doing other stuff. Mary's avowed feminism fumbles and fails before the depressing pattern of her obsequious relationship to men, from Jeremiah the homunculus through Yale, and even to Ike to an extent. At times, she reduces her sense of incompletion without men to psychosexual categories, as when she describes her Dachshund as a penny substitute for me, to which Ike predictably jokes, "Oh, I will have thought, oh, I will have thought them. In your case, a great Dane." And when she complains, "My problem is I am both attracted and repelled by the male organ," while both comments are clearly meant to be taken humorously from a psychoanalytic point of view, they intimate a basis in the unconscious for her narcissism and dependency. The film's running joke about her analyst, a man she familiarly refers to as a Donnie, who does drugs and calls of her at times for counseling and help, does not diminish the film's insistence on Mary's need to internalize values that will strengthen her to become her own person rather than an object of others' desires. Mary emerges as an important character who embodies a serious dilemma in a world that still resists the social and personal challenge to construct serious alternatives for the independence of women. Even in the absence of achieving true individuality, she gains a voice and presence in the film that Annie Hall probably never attains. Moreover, her voice comes at Ike's expense, a subtle undermining of the kind of central consciousness that dominated Annie Hall through Alvy.
Mary's situation of dependence upon men complements the position of Emily, who is totally restricted in the film by her role as Yale's wife. In an impressive visual touch that dramatizes this theme of gender roles and women's position in society, Emily is seen picking up newspapers around Yale when he tells Ike on the phone of Mary's commitment of feminism. The visual irony of Emily's domestic subservience and Yale's arrogant deceit and abuse follows an earlier scene in which she attempts to gain a commitment from Yale concerning her wishes to move to Connecticut and have children. Yale's refusal on both counts leaves her nothing. Understandably, then, Emily is the least developed and least interesting of the women in Manhattan. She stands as a kind of negative stream. However, she also represents an oppositional force against which to compare the other characters, especially Tracy, who sits with her and Yale, and Ike at the lanes at the beginning of the film. As noted earlier, the viewer instinctively shares Ike's battling discomfort and embarrassment over his relationship with a girl young enough to be his daughter. He volunteers, "She's got homework. I'm dating a girl who does homework." However, it seems to me that Allen cultivates this obstacle of discomfort over a questionable relationship to create a truly original character, a young woman who becomes a blending of romanticized feminine adoration, vulnerable innocence, and unselfish sophistication. Allen clearly intends to propose Tracy as a product of contemporary culture, someone beyond the experience and sexual guilt of his own generation. She teases him by feigning ignorance of the difference between Veronica Lake and Rita Hayworth. "Do you think I'm unaware of any event pre-Paul McCartney or something?" When he condemns the extramarital relationship between Yale and Mary as being opposed to his own values and upbringing, she modernizes his viewpoint. He says, "Well, I'm old-fashioned. I don't believe in extramarital relationships. I think people should mate for life, like pigeons or Catholics." She responds with a maturity that remarkably almost silences him. She also voices an important theme of Manhattan, of sexual liberation as a confusing force in contemporary society. "Well, I don't know, maybe people weren't meant to have one deep relationship. Maybe we are meant to have, a series of relationships of different lengths. I mean, that kind of thing, that kind of things gone out and of date." He responds, "Hey, don't tell me what's gone out of date, okay? You are 17 years old. You were brought up on drugs and television and the pill. I was World War II singing. I was in the trenches." Smiling, Tracy helps him with his math. "Oh, you were 8 in World War II. As she will again later in the movie, when I attempts to establish some distance between them by trying to figure out how old he will be when she turns 36. She tells him. Characteristically, Tracy sees right through Ike's words and excuses when he tries to end the relationship to begin one with Mary. "Have you been seeing someone?" She says, adding, "You keep you keep stating you keep stating it like like it's to my advantage when it's you that wants to get out of it." He responds, "Hey, don't be so precocious, okay? I mean, don't be so smart." Of course, Tracy is even smarter, sexually un- uninhibited, uninhibited, and aggressive. She also feels more comfortable than the others with her emotions. In spite of her modern ideas about the impermanence of relations, Tracy wishes commitment, further suggesting qualities of maturity and complexity to her character. Early in the film, she says, "I think I'm in love with you," in the context of asking him about his feelings toward her. However, when Ike announces the breakup, she becomes most insightful in the midst of the genuine pain he causes her. "I can't believe that you met somebody that you like better than me." Her hurt but dignified response to Ike's words contrasts with Mary's vindictive, distraught profanity when she gets a similar message from Yale. Based on her honesty and commitment, the the prescience the the prescience of Tracy's comment about love will ultimately haunt Ike like a curse. Her love, as he realizes at the end, comes closer to being the true one for him. However, it is true only in a thoroughly idealistic and narcissistic sense. Reality thereby also provokes Ike, correct, because the love with Tracy cannot be realized. Intelligence, intense, and insightful, Tracy nonetheless still remains impossible. At the end of the film, when the memory of Tracy's face returns to Ike as a major force that makes life worth living, we hear echoes of his earlier description of her on their horse-drawn carriage ride by Central Park. We also discern, by the way, a return to Gatsby in the form of the disembodied face of Daisy Buchanan that motivates Gatsby to such dreadful and extraordinary pursuits. Ike says to her, you are, look, you are God's answer to Job. You know, you will end it all argument between them. I mean, a, he will be he will point them to you and said, you know, I do a lot of terrible things, but I can also make one of these, you know. And then Job will said, hey, okay, well, you win. Fittingly for such a moment in the park, Ike buries his head in her shoulder, and kisses her hand, almost as Gatsby might have done. I neglect to tell Tracy that this concocted conversation involves patriarchal figures interested in a woman for their pleasure and glory. Similarly, Tracy epitomizes Ike's desire. I think her ultimate disavowal of this role suggests that Allen indeed may be proposing her as a symbol of freedom and love in the future, as did Wat Thorne with Western Prynne. As the end of the film makes clear, she must resist such objectification. Indeed, the wonderful shot of her through the glass door as she combs her hair in anticipation of leaving for London personifies such desire. The glass door reflections and glimmerings all contribute to this effect. Ike's visual gaze represents classic cinema's masculine look of desire. Interestingly, a bar of the door recapitulates the image. Such desire can kill her. The intensity of Ike's desire, his selfishness in trying to keep her from going to London because of his sudden whim, his previous dishonesty, and his weakness in pursuing the dream, all insist on Tracy's need to achieve her own identity and fulfill the potential of her mind. Tracy must continue on the path Ike in fact helped her to find toward maturity and independence, thereby helping to reverse the situations of Mary and Emily. The final gaze of the camera returns to Ike himself in all his incompleteness and uncertainty, perhaps placing the mantle of desire on his own shoulders. Thus Manhattan cannot provide fulfillment or completion for either Ike or Tracy, but it can reject dependency and mindlessness. In comparison to the position in society of the other women in Manhattan, Jill seems the most marginalized, although she shares with all of them an existence as the object of masculine desire. As a lesbian mother raising her son with the help of her companion Connie, her pursuit in the film at first appears to be to make Ike feel and look weak and ridiculous. In the film's geography of desire, she exists as an alien on the fringe. Her moments on the screen are indeed brief, making for an unfortunate waste of the enormous presence and power of Meryl Streep. Yes, such brevity replicates her place in the society itself, which is that of a figure whose sexuality tends to ban her from the vision of others. It comes as an irony, therefore, to realize that the trust and structure of narrative desire in the film is toward her. For example, in the scene at Bloomingdale's when Mary concedes to Yale's sexual overtures, and she describes herself as a pushover anyway, the film fades to Jill and Connie at home. The important visual point being that here are no pushovers. The point takes a sharper edge in the immediate conversation when Ike arrives to take his son out and responds with surprise that Willie likes to draw since neither parents draws. Connie says, "I draw." Suddenly, the margin shifts to include Ike rather than the women. Ike's efforts to insert himself back into the middle by persisting with the question, I can understand how you can prefer her to me, or by the meaning his wife's relationship with Connie by asking if Willie wears dresses, only succeeds, of course, in further diminishing his stature. Jill, as already noted, says, "Look at you, you are so threatened." Jill also asks one question that resonates through all the relationships between men and women in Manhattan. Do you think we can be ever just friends?
The film answers with a resounding no, not under the situation and conditions between the sexes that the film depicts. Thus, Jill's most important act of independence, other than making her own decision regarding her choice of lover, indeed constitutes an act of hostility toward Ike, writing her book about the relationship. The book's success contrasts purposefully with Mary's failure to ever achieve a comparable act of independence. With some real justification, Ike feels embittered over the negative publicity to the book engenders. However, the movie clearly suggests that his sense of threat existed long before the public exposure of the book. Ike's fear and failure of both imagination and understanding obviously derive from his own ambivalence and uncertainty and make any kind of resolution impossible. The violence of his initial reaction to the relationship between Jill and Connie is another one of the film's running jokes. Apparently, Ike at one point tried to run over Connie with his car, a charge he has persistently denied. Oh, do you know? Do you do you honestly think that I tried to run you over? Jill asks back smartly, well, what will Freud say? What will Freud say? And he answers, sealing his own fate on the question. Freud will say I really wanted to run over her. That's why he was a genius. As usual in Alice movies, the resort to Freud should not be taken highly. It reopens the whole question of relationships of sexuality, desire, and the situation of women in the film. Thus, Yale's comment to Ike about his influence on Jill also has pertinence here. He says to Ike that under your personal vibrations, she went from bisexuality to homosexuality. Resistance to that complexity regarding sexuality and desire helps account for the vision and the pervasiveness of displacement and decentering in Manhattan. The movie suggests that in matters of desire and sexuality, there are no simple answers. Moreover, the complexity also must include the friendship of Ike and Yale. Yale uses Ike to defend his decision to Emily against moving to Connecticut. Connecticut. What about Isaac? I mean, we can abandon him. We can't abandon him. You know, chuckling, he can function anywhere other than New York. You know that very Freudian. The Freudian connection, however, might include Yale's dependence upon Ike as well. When Ike defends Yale against Mary's recriminations about being misled by him, she says, you guys all stick up for each other. Also, Ike refers to Yale as family. Just prior to learning this, brother plans to take back the old girlfriend. Ironically, Ike's loyalty to Yale seems to take precedence over other relationships. Initially, it keeps him from seriously dating Mary. It prevents him from being honest with Emily about Yale's affair, a situation that later keeps him from protesting and correcting Emily when she admits she was blamed she was blamed him for the breakup of her marriage because of his introducing Mary and Yale to each other. It forces him to apologize with embarrassment for his affair with Tracy before he had dealt with the implications of that affair for himself. This anger over Yale's duplicity at least equals, if not exceeds, his pain over losing Mary. Two special relationships have been violated through their betrayal of him. Isaac harangue against Yale. Isaac's harangue against Yale about morals and commitment at the end of the film should be understood in the light of Ike's own actions, especially his attempt in the final scenes to regain Tracy. The words are powerful and correct, but Ike cannot separate himself from their meaning. Just as playful treatiness runs through Ike's opening of the film, so a good deal of self-serving can find its way into his concluding speech to Yale, after being told by Ike that you are too easy on yourself, which of course happens to be absolutely true. Yale says, "You are so self-righteous, you know. I mean, we are just people, we are just human beings. You know, you think you are God." Ike only half jokingly responds, I gotta model myself after someone. Probably the more realistic model stands next to Ike in the form of a skeleton. Thus, Ike's comments after gesturing toward the skeleton that this is what happens to us, you know. Oh, it's very important to have some kind of personal integrity, contains its own explosive irony. Actually, the skeleton also makes the opposite point: the futility of searching for moral absolutes and privileging one's own moral authority, for the absence of integrity in the sense of wholeness and completeness has been apparent throughout the film.